Oh yeah, the name for RPG book, sure.
I'll just go with this. So, thanks. Shout out to RPG Limit Break for letting us host this marathon on their channel, and I would say let's just go, well, and start with the first run. So, for people that may or may not know, this is the first Tales of games in the entire series. It is for the Super Nintendo, released in 1995, only ever available in Japan. There was no official release outside of Japan, however there has been a fan translation. Originally when I started running this game, I started running it on the fan translation, and when I switched to the Japanese version I magically gained 20 minutes out of nowhere, even though I was not yet used to the Japanese text. For reference, I do not actually read Japanese, I just know a few characters and how they are pronounced, and that is enough to navigate the menus. Overall, the story of this game is kind of straightforward. You see this big blonde dude, he is called Daos, and he is depicted as the big bad evil. Daos is essentially your, well, final boss in a sense. And currently you see a party of 4 people sealing him in a sarcophagus. The entire storyline of the game is a little bit convoluted because it includes time travel, but the short version is you are starting out as that young guy that is called Cress, or in this case RPG LB. And he, well, recently had his 15th birthday where he received an amulet from his father, and his father wants to talk to him about the amulet. But in the meantime, Chester wanted to go hunting for some meat in the woods, and so they do that. Chester also is that guy here. He has a little sister called Amy. So overall, I will try to explain the story a little bit along the way, since everything is in Japanese, you cannot exactly read it. But a lot of the time I will probably just focus mostly on the gameplay and how the speedrun actually works. And how the game itself works, since I imagine many people have not played it yet. This is your mother. She was one of the original party who sealed Daos, so is your father, and so are a few other people. First thing I do is I set the text speed to quick. Then I set the battle panning, so the camera does not go over to show the enemies at the start of a battle. And the third thing I do is set the targeting option to be manually targeting. So.
Also, a quick thing about what you said. I will try to focus on the questions from people on the chat so that you can focus on the game and the explanations.
Sounds good to me. So real quick, I saved before going into this area because it can be a thing that this first boar encounter can actually kill me if I'm really unlucky. So I would rather not lose 2 minutes, so I invest about 3 seconds into saving. So real quick about the game's mechanics. As soon as you enter an area where there can be random encounters, the game picks a number between about 48 and 128, and it will count down from that number. When it reaches 0, you get into a random encounter. There is no way to know for me how high that number is or to manipulate it, at least for right now, until I get a certain item that allows me to reduce encounter rate in general. So for now, I'm just going to move through those woods, and we are currently hunting a boar, trying to get some meat onto the table for our, well, parents and Chester's little sister, I imagine. So we run through the woods, and all of a sudden, this broken and dead tree seems to inherit some kind of spirit. It calls out to our hero, Cress here, that he should save the tree. And he also has a vision of how the tree was fully flourishing still and alive. But whereas right now, after this little vision, it is still completely rotten. Chester comes back and he has no clue what you just saw. He just makes a remark on the end of, well, you look like you saw a ghost. Have you seen the boar? And then the boar comes over there and attacks you. So my goal is to defeat 3 little piggies. Please don't run away. Please don't run away. Please don't run away. Okay, that's alright. So my goal here is to defeat 3 little piggies on the way. And hopefully the boar will turn around and actually attack Chester instead of attacking Crest, but no luck so far. So the reason why I need to defeat 2 little piggies is I need to get a meat that is called, well, let's say just piggy meat. And that is worth 100 gold each. For each little pig I defeat, I get 100 gold basically. And I need that initial money to buy some supplies. So, as soon as we manage to defeat the boar, it turns out that the bells in the village are ringing. The bells in the village are basically emergency bells, and something really bad is happening right there, so we hurry back to the village. The thing is, right now the game is automatically running, so I don't have to actually press the B button in order to run. Further, in this game I would actually need another item that allows me to run in the map's areas. So, it turns out the bells were actually really bad because everyone is dead. This game does not take prisoners and just straight up kills off all your neighbors and your parents as well. In her dying breath, your mother tells you that those raiders, the Black Knights, were after your pendant. And so Crest just kind of decides he should get away to the North Village where his uncle lives in Euclid. And the raiders did not even stop before killing a little girl like Chester's sister. Chester decides to stay in the village and, well, he wants to give everyone a proper burial. And you could say he is quite a brave guy wanting to do that, even though he knows there is a possibility that the raiders would return. But at the same time, here Crest kind of realizes that they were after the pendant, and as the further away he is from Chester, the safer he should be, right? Well, who knows. Either way, it is kind of a rough beginning for a story of Tales games, actually for RPG in general. I'm not sure about the stories of other Tales games. So, we make our way out and immediately head out to Euclid. If I'm lucky, I will not get into an encounter until I enter the passageway here. Nice, I got it, okay. So I go out of the passageway and then re-enter it. Going out of the passageway will re-roll the encounter number, as in a number between 48 and 128, and that will allow me to completely avoid at least one encounter. Here on this merchant I need to sell the 2 meat that I got in the encounter against the pig, and buy a flare bottle and 1 orange gel. The orange gels are used to replenish your magic points, as in TP they are called in this game, and that was extremely unlucky. Literally on the last step I got into another encounter. If you leave this specific area, your encounter number is re-rolled, so, well, too bad. A little bit of time lost. Next up, we get into the city of Euclid. I still have 212 gold left, and I will use 210 of those to buy an item that is called jet boots. Jet boots are used so I can actually run around in the overworld, and I will make a lot of use for those items. Further, just plot-wise, we are supposed to go over here and also enter our uncle's house because, well, we are looking for shelter after our home village has been completely destroyed and everyone is dead there. The villagers here already have heard of the, well, rumors that something really bad happened to your home village, and now we can confirm, well, unfortunately that is true. So you go to rest, and, well, unfortunately, your uncle had to sell you out, because here are the Black Knights and taking Crest prisoner. He does not have a chance against them, so he just goes with them. In the aftermath of this, Crest's uncle just kind of apologizes to him because he did not have another choice since, well, the Black Knights threatened to kill everyone the same way they did with Crest's home village if he did not cooperate. Whether that's actually true or not, we don't know, but in a sense, it is kind of understandable why he sold you out, but it still kind of stings, I guess. In the meantime, we see Chester, and some horse arrives close to him as he is digging the graves for his friends and families. And we are deported to, well, the castle of the Black Knights. So here is the main culprit of this raid. I will just call him the Black Knight. The Black Knight here just yanks away your medallion or amulet, whatever you want to call it, And he tells you finally he has both medallions and he can release his Dark Lord. In the beginning cutscene, also, there's something weird in the mirror. In the beginning cutscene you saw that, well, Daos was sealed and 2 amulets were formed. Those 2 amulets sealed away Daos. About 10 years ago in the current timeline, from where we live. So the guards here throw us into prison, and I would like to point out, those guards are more intelligent than the ones in Secret of Mana or Chrono Trigger, because they actually take away your weapons and shields. So, I have no weapon, no shield right now, and I will have to equip one as soon as I get one, which is going to be very soon. After a short while waiting in this prison cell, we hear a voice, and it tells us to stick our hand through this little hole at the bottom. We feel another hand, and the voice of the woman tells us to hold the earring we just got from her, which looks like a unicorn by the way, against the wall. And boom! The wall explodes. There is no one to be found alive that could have given us the earring or was even talking to us, because there's only that corpse of a woman with a sword sticking into her. We equip the sword in order to break open the bars, and like the voice told us, we take care of this young lady here. She is called Mint. She's going to be our first party member, a supportive type character. It turns out that the lady over there was her mother, Meryl. And Mint kind of insists that she heard her mother's voice. She's still somewhere over there, but we just tell her, we don't have time. I did not see anyone over there. I just came from there. Let's escape. And so we go through the sewers and try to escape. And here is a mechanic that you may not be familiar with. I'm not going to run here, even though I could run in this area. The reason why I don't run is, as mentioned earlier, random encounters choose a random number between 48 and 128 until I get into a random encounter. But the thing is, if I run, that number depletes twice as quickly. Oh, nice, I got one of the good encounters here. I need the 2 slime encounters, a total, as in 1 slime and 2 slugs, that is fine. And now here a little bit about the battle system. It is really awkward to control once in a while, since the controls and the mechanics for the battle are not quite refined yet, let's put it that way. Like in most Tales games, you have the option to manual auto control and semi-auto control, which means I will have to... Okay, no good encounter. Which means I have to press the attack button and my character will automatically run up to the enemy that I have currently targeted, hit him and then run back to his original position. So that is kind of awkward, because in this game you have abilities that are either ranged or short-ranged. And you cannot use ranged abilities in melee combat, and that is just purely proximity based, so I have to be far away from the enemy. By the way, in this area here there are no random encounters, so I could run in that area. Next up, I get over here and hope for 3 slime encounters, there we go. So, I need to fight 2 encounters total. The first encounter brings Mint to level 3, which learns first aid for her. Let me actually tell her to use her healing ability more frequently. And with that, Mint will be able to assist us and heal us pretty well, to say the least. And the next encounter here, our main character, Cress, will be able to level up to level 3. And the idea for level 3 is he has a more maximum amount of TP, as in magic points, which allows us to use more of the ability that he currently has, the Cyan Bolt. Cyan Bolt costs 2 TP, and all the healing items and magic replenishing items are percentage based. They replenish 30% of your maximum. So what I'm going to be doing here, I equip the ability, equip the shield I picked up earlier, set Mint a little bit farther back, and then save, before I encounter this first mini-boss here. This is the Sewer Gargoyle, and the entire plan is just to spam Machine Gun. Once again, this is a ranged ability. If the enemies are too close, I would not be able to use the ability if I were targeting, well, an enemy that is now in melee combat. And the main reason as to why I really want to take care of those slugs is they are extremely quick in attacking. But here I use a so-called flare bottle. Further, I need to be relatively far away so my character has a running start. If he does not have a running start, he cannot jump attack. So I have to be far away. Now I have to walk away because he somehow got interrupted. So, the gargoyle is a bit awkward to fight once in a while, but not too bad, let's put it that way. So, that was the first mini-boss fight, and we are almost out of the sewers. So, this encounter is relatively close to the exit, so I know I can most likely just run and get to the exit without getting into an encounter, despite the step counter depleting twice as quick. So, we are outside and managed to escape. Outside here we are relieved, but unfortunately let our guard down. And that weird slug just poisoned Chris and made him go unconscious. And here we see the real power of Mint. She just carries Chris with all his armor and shields and weapon and equipment to safety. She's pretty powerful. So, in the meantime, after we finally recover from the poison, we wake up in a mansion from a man called Tornix de Morrison. Tornix de Morrison is... let's put it this way, he is one of the original people that sealed dolls away in the sarcophagus. So he actually knows Cress's parents and also Mint's mother, Meryl, because Mint's mother, Meryl, was also one of the 4 people that sealed away dolls. She, well, was a priestess before she died. So here they tell us to get some fresh air outside, so we do that. Boom. And wouldn't you know it, in that little cutscene where we saw Chester hide behind the trees, that was actually Tornix de Morrison arriving in the village of Todos, and he helped Chester bury everyone as well, as in gave them a proper burial. So he's a pretty awesome guy once in a while. But here we tell him that the amulet that was taken away from us and Meryl's mother, those 2 amulets were used to seal away dolls, and with them the Black Knight will be able to break the seal and free dolls from his prison. Tornix de Morrison is, well, obviously not exactly pleased about this event and decides to immediately go over there into the catacombs in order to try and, well, salvage the situation before the Black Knight can free them. In the meantime, he tells us to stay at home, or well, in his mansion, because we would just be a burden and in the way, since we are really weak. Chester is kind of unhappy about this because, well, he and Cress made a vow that they would take vengeance on the one who defeated, well, killed and slayed all their friends, people, villagers in their hometown. Oh well.
So someone just said he wanted to play through these games.
Hang on. Hang on a second. Baffan, your voice is very distorted. As in, we could not understand what you just said. Try again.
Hello.
Yeah, your connection seems to be a bit unstable or so. Yeah, sorry, it's still a bit distorted. Can you write that in chat or something like that? I did not understand it. So, short version here, by the way. Cress realizes that he lost the earring that he got in the prison, and the old man Tristan gave us a little bit of a pep talk so we would be able to continue. Further, there is a wandering merchant here where we will be buying some supplies. A bow for Chester, some defensive equipment for ourselves, and the second set of jet boots. So next up, interesting mechanic of this game. On the overworld, if I'm really lucky, I can avoid an encounter. Once again, I don't know how many steps I can take until the next random encounter, but if I happen to take the step exactly when I bump into the terrain like this and it pushes me to the side, I would be able to skip that encounter and it just chooses a new random number. It's a bit weird, that only works on the overworld. If you bump into a corner in a dungeon, it will just, well, save you one step. So it's kind of useful still. So I really quick went back to our home village and picked up the Knight Sword. The Knight Sword is a weapon that the Black Knights left here after they raided the village. You're supposed to pick up that weapon after you initially, well, get attacked by... No, after you initially are back in the village, you're supposed to find that weapon. But I deliberately did not pick up that weapon before, just because so I could pick it up right now. I feel like I forgot something. So what I did just there in the menu is I equipped all the equipment I bought, and I just found the Dragon Slayer, or well, Knight Slayer, I don't know what the weapon is called. I also set up the formation, so Cress is always starting in the far back of the party. That way it will be easier for me to run away quicker. So next up we have this area here. So once again, Tristan gives us a little introduction how to play properly and how to use abilities, and also learns us a tech ability that requires 2 mastered abilities. We will never use that, we are going to be too quick past that. But there is something else I will want to do here. Do you see that sign? If I can walk up to that sign without getting into an encounter, then I will interact with the sign from the side, just pressing the A button. And every time... Oh, that was really unfortunate. So every time I would interact with the sign from the side, even though I don't read it, I still interact with the sign from the side. And it would increase my step counter by 1. As in, that counts for both interacting with a sign and also various switches and other items in the entire area. Further, those rooms here, with the sarcophagus in it and the mini-boss which guards some treasure, they have no encounters inside them. So, what I'm doing here is I went into the first room with the sarcophagus, and that allowed me to completely avoid encounters in that main area. As in, I know that I can run until this room here, and I will not get into any encounters because that number cannot possibly that low that I would get into an encounter from one room to the next one. So I just can reroll the step counter, so to speak. Further, this room here has no encounters. This room here has no encounters. This room here has no encounters. And this room here can have encounters again. And even though I switch areas or screens, it will still count down from the same counter number. So I will get into an encounter right around here. This was actually pretty early to get into an encounter. My next goal is going to go up to the Golem on the right side, and that is going to be another mini-boss. So I gave Chester a new bow, and he does pretty decent damage. Here I use another flare bottle, which increases my damage output by 30% for about 15 seconds. So if I did not have that weapon, by the way, from the knight, I would deal about 2 or 3 damage to those guys here. So it's probably not entirely much quicker. The tool assisted speedrun does not pick up that weapon. However, it is probably quicker for me to pick up the weapon as a real-time runner. So after this mini-boss battle with the Golem, I'm allowed to drag around the statue, and I gained an item that is called the Holy Bottle. A Holy Bottle will allow me to avoid encounters for 255 steps. That is the highest possible number until you can get into an encounter, in theory. So, I just run away from an encounter here. Also, by the way, same as running, pushing and pulling around heavy objects will deplete your step counter twice as quickly, so you get into encounter twice as quick. I just used the Holy Bottle right there for a specific reason. I did not want to use it earlier. Here we get a key item, the Lace Ruby, that is just a red stone, which will allow us to progress further in a different area. Next up, I'm just going to walk and get some additional items and supplies that will help me throughout the journey. So one thing, I'm going to be sitting against this statue, and seemingly nothing will happen for a while. However, I'm actually mashing the A button right now. So for reference, I mash the A button with about 11 to 12 times a second. And every time I hit the A button, my step counter increases by 1. If I do this for approximately 15 seconds, I can guarantee that I will not get into any more random encounters until I reach the room where I will be, well, in a safe area. So, the holy bottle, by the way, lasts for 500 steps total, and whenever you enter an area where there are random encounters, the amount of steps you can take is set to 255 steps again. So that allowed me to enter that main hall and just run through the entirety of the main hall while the holy bottle was still active. And well, I just could completely avoid all random encounters right there. I will get into 2 to 3 more random encounters in this screen, but those will almost be the last ones. Because after that, I should be able to buy holy bottles, and that will allow me to mostly avoid all random encounters. Further, here is another weird thing about this game. Sometimes the developers did not consider that you can actually interact with objects from about a half a tile away, so your main character is a bit clumsy and fumbles the lace ruby and it falls down right there. What is supposed to happen now is he's even more clumsy and drops it all the way down into the basement. But I'm going to stop half a tile before, interact with the lace ruby and pick it up immediately instead of dropping it down. That will allow me to pick it up. However, I need to reset the room in order for the game to realize that I actually picked up the lace ruby. But because I never entered the basement, there's going to be a weird little cutscene here again where I seemingly dropped the lace ruby again, right here. But I still technically have it, so I can enter this area right here. So I will use Mint's ability here to tell her to start using her... Oh, she does not... Whoopsie. Normally Mint has learned an ability here that is called the Pico Hammer, where she can stun enemies with it. But, well, I guess she didn't learn it yet. So, this is a double golem battle, and I will just use my flare bottle in order to increase my damage even further. So for reference, a flare bottle increases my damage output by 30%. Oh nice, you actually can use Pico Hammer, that's amazing. And 30% might not seem like that much, but it's actually more than 30% total because it is calculated before enemy defense is applied. So, it is a bit more than 30% damage increase. The 2 golems drop 2 more holy bottles, which will be of much use later. And we finally reach the main room where Daos is sealed, but unfortunately Dark Knight already has arrived with the 2 amulets that he is going to be using to, well, break the seal on Daos' prison. And here, once again, I would like to point out the sound design of this game. Just listen to this. I love that little stepping sound as soon as he lands on the sarcophagus. So Daos was actually the culprit that corrupted the Black Knight into, well, promising him great power and serving him, but Daos now has other plans that he has been unsealed, so he will just remove them in a rather violent manner, to say the least, and evaporates the 2 soldiers, and the Black Knight is going to follow swiftly with the same fate. So Tornix de Morrison, as I said, is one of the people that originally sealed Daos, and, well, he is also now going to be casting a spell on us to save us, because there's no way we could take on Daos right now. Chester heroically actually jumps onto Daos to interrupt his spellcast, and only Mint and Krez get teleported away. So, well, it's up to Tornix to stop Thals for now, I guess, and hopefully we will be able to return soon enough. Goodbye, Tornix. So, after a short while, we wake up in a field. We have no idea where this is. Everything looks familiar, yet it doesn't exactly. It's a bit strange how it works out to be. We got a book that Tornix gave us just before he teleported us away. He said it is important and we should hold on to it. And, well, maybe we would find some more information about it. Further, our main mission seems to be now to find a way to stop Thals. However, how can we stop a man we have no idea who he is or what he does or what his mission is? We just know he is, let's say, that big bad evil dude who, well, does not hesitate killing people. And in the book he writes that, well, this is going to be a long journey. You need to gather and find the allies in order to be able to defeat Thals. Or something like that. You don't exactly know what is written there, it's a bit cryptic. And also you still have the broken bow from Chester. That will actually come in handy later, by the way. So, here we go over to this next village, and would you know it, where did we land? As I said, this village looks kind of familiar, but not really. The villagers here are kind of wondering, hey guys, where did you kids come from? And the elder also is kind of inquiring a little bit and asking you a few questions. So it turns out they have never heard of that village, Todus, that you came from, so it might not be anywhere close to your home. But at the same time, maybe they would be able to help you one way or another. Hopefully anyways. But they have heard of Thals. Thals seems to be a, well, big bad evil dude, as I mentioned, that is causing a lot of problems in the world. And they kind of know about Thals and your desire to figure out a way to defeat him. Here, Mint actually demonstrates her clerical powers, her healing powers, and it appears that the people here have never seen clerical abilities. On the other hand, magic, fireballs, we have never seen those before. As in, where Cress and Mint come from, magic does not actually exist, as in, they have never heard of it at all, they just know the clerical abilities. So, it turns out they have not just been teleported to a different place, but to actually a different time. This is approximately 100 years in the past, from where they originally started. And this poor guy got hit by the fireball. Oh well. So after a little bit of a discussion, the elder explains to you that Thals has been around for quite a while now. It appears that he only can be hurt by magic, so physical weapons are not going to help you at all in your approach or attempt to battle him. So your best bet is going to be trying to find powerful allies that will be able to use magic if you really want to defeat him. The elder kind of explains to you that if you want to find someone, humans cannot cast magic. The elder can cast magic because he has a little bit of elven blood in him, because, well, of his bloodline. And, well, in the next village there is someone called Clarf who might be able to assist you on your journey, since he is a human who is researching on how to cast spells despite being a human. Also, here's a cute little cutscene where Mint just kind of points out that, hey Cress, there's only one bed, and Cress initially doesn't realize, but as soon as he realizes what Mint means with that, he goes over there quickly and just says, it's alright, I can sleep on the floor, no problem. He's kind of a gentleman, I guess. Further, Mint just kind of asks a few questions. Do you think we are going to be alright? 100 years in the past? How are we going to get back? What are we going to do? Crest doesn't exactly know how far to answer and eventually falls asleep. Mint contemplates a little bit more and, well, just checks on Crest real quick. He has fallen asleep. And in a cute little fashion, and a lot of love to detail in this game, Mint just goes over there, quickly brings him a, well, blanket so he wouldn't be too cold, and we spent the night in the Elder's house. So, with that in mind, we just head off to Euclid, which is Euclid 100 years in the past, where we will be hopefully meeting the guy called Clarf, and he will be able to assist us. So, once again, from the previous column encounter, I got holy bottles, and holy bottles are used, whenever I use holy bottles, they increase my step counter until I get into the next random encounter to 255. So, since I kind of know about the number of steps I can take, I can very clearly tell how far I can walk until I get into the next encounter, which will allow me to completely manipulate the rest of the encounter through the rest of the game. Here I pick up 2 items, mainly. One is a elixir, which is worth 10,000 gold, and the other one is... Also, by the way, I leave here real quick in order to reset the step counter to back to 255, which allows me to run through the entire passageway without getting into an encounter. So, I picked up 2 items. One is an amulet to cast 50% quicker spells. The other one is a elixir, which will just be sold for about 10,000 gold. Elixirs replenish 100% of your HP and TP, but I never really have any use for it, and a lot of money is really useful. I pick up a few more chests. It's about worth 15,000 gold, the amount of chests I pick up here, and we move on into the house that is inhabited by the scholar Clarf F. Lester. Clarf is the guy that Elder pointed out that he was actually, well, researching on how to cast spells despite being human, as in this universe only elves are allowed or capable of casting spells in the first place. So initially Clarf is a little bit rude towards Mint, and Mint kind of forgot to introduce herself, so she's a little bit embarrassed. We explained to Clarf that we are seeking for allies in order to be able to battle dolls, and he just kind of says, "You? How come?" Then you explain that you come from about 100 years into the future, but he doesn't exactly believe you, and is kind of rude towards you a second time. Then his wife all of a sudden chimes in and just says, "Clarf, are you not even able to help these crits? So be a bit nicer to them." And well, so you explained your entire story, what happened to you, and once again, he doesn't exactly believe you. But he has his own, well, motivations in order to go with you. He still wants to figure out how to cast spells, and the closest you could get to cast spells as a human is through summoning spirits. There is that ancient technique to summon spirits and form pacts with summon spirits with them. But he needs a summon ring, and in order for us to get a summon ring, we will need to, well, get an opal ring. Bart happens to be one of those people that for some reason is in possession of the opal ring, which would allow us to form a pact with the summon spirit Sylph. And that is going to be quite handy. So, first off, I use a rune bottle. Rune bottles are items that allow you to transform different items into, well, transform items into different items. And here, I created an item called a miracle bottle, which I just sell for about 11,000 gold. Further, I sell a lot of other items, even though they don't give me that much money, they keep my inventory clean. Then, I equip a new weapon, or well, I buy a new weapon for me to equip, since the old one is not going to be terribly useful anymore. Next up, I'm going to real quick equip that weapon, and then I'm going to do a few shopping trips instead of just one. There is a reason why I do this. 2 iron boots, 2 dark bottles, 1 pickaxe, 1 rope. Then I leave the shopping menu, organized by last time acquired for the items. Then I buy a bunch of other supplies, healing items, revival items, flare bottles to increase my damage, and stuff like that. Then I go into the menu again, organize it again, and then for the last time I go into the menu in order to buy holy bottles. Then once again into the menu, organize the menu, and now the menu is the way I would want it to be. The consumable items are at the top and the holy bottles are in the first position of my screen. So Clark here points out that this guy over there living in the house is called Bart, and he is somehow in possession of the ring. He's also the guardian kind of person of the passageway where the sylphs, the summoned spirits of wind, are residing, and he just kind of agrees to give you a nopal ring for you to be able to form a pact with the summoned spirits sylph. However, he only gives you the opal ring if you are actually looking out for his daughter. His daughter is called Archie, and he would like her to be, well, he has no idea where she is, and currently the winds have gone weird and mad. What that means is basically the sylphs have gone mad for some weird reason, and here they just kind of randomly are in the way and attack us right there. So what happens here essentially is the sylphs kind of cry out for help, and you just kill them. No, what the sylphs are essentially doing here is, well, they explain to you that miasma was leaking from the demon realm for some weird reason, and they have gone mad because of that. It kind of affects humans as well, as in the deadly gas, but it only damages them, but it doesn't exactly drive them mad. But the sylphs and the wind, in consequence, have gone mad and formed those whirlpools and whatever, because the miasma is leaking from the demon realm. So we kind of figure we probably want to try and fix that issue. Here is why I bought a rope, and here is one other thing. I use a holy bottle before I interact with this wall. Once again, using a holy bottle increases my step counter to 255, which is the highest possible number in the memory. But if I interact with the wall here, it increases that step counter for some weird reason by 1. Which means, essentially, I can go to the highest possible number with a holy bottle, increase it by 1, and that allows me to very easily overflow the step counter over to 0, and that means I will never get into any encounters in that area anymore. Because normally on 0 the game initiates an encounter, but because I was not walking, it cannot initiate an encounter. Same thing here again. I would have to use 2 additional holy bottles in this area if I did not have this technique in order to, well, overflow the step counter to get back to 0 steps. So this area I could run around for hours and not get into any random encounters. And this is going to be a theme for basically the rest of the run. As long as I don't make a mistake, I will never get into any more random encounters. This is slightly different than the PlayStation version, which the holy bottles kind of work similar, but not exactly. I'm not entirely sure how it works though. So, using the holy bottle here again. And by the way, this area here, as you see the screen flashing, this is actually damaging our characters, and you can probably also hear it. Pick up some item to sell later for 1000 gold. And then, well, we just try to get rid of the miasma in order to help the sylphs, and so they are not, well, insane anymore, I guess. Just pull the rock over here. And go for it. That was one step too high. It's a bit of a trickery thing to manipulate the rocks properly, and so we plug all the holes to the demon realm, the miasma disappears, and the sylphs have returned back to normal. However, we have not found Archie, as in Bart's daughter, so far, so we are not exactly sure where she is. But the sylphs are residing on the pit of the mountain, and so they are actually kind of grateful that we managed to, well, stop the leaking of the miasma, so they are more than willing to try and form a summoning pact with Clark. And this has been the first summoning pact in, I don't know, 1000 years? Something like that, since the last person has created or formed a pact like that. And Clark apparently has been researching this quite thoroughly, so the Sylphs are more than willing to, well, form a summoning pact with him, and he can now technically cast a spell through the summoning of spirits. And we've summoned. I've learned to summon 4 Sylph. Up to now, Clark was kind of useless as a character in battle, but now he could cast spells. By the way, there are no more random encounters after we talk with the Sylph in the mountain. So we just can run around and get everything we need. A few more items right here, and I will just kind of use them as we go. So, since we did not find Archie, we have to tell Bart here that, well, unfortunately we did not find her. And we will try to have an eye open for her for the near future. Our next station is going to be finding the mana tree. So the Sylphs also mentioned something else. The Sylphs mentioned that, by the way, we are at 1 HP because of the miasma. I heal up on the Cress, then I tell Clark and Mint to not cast any spells. So, the Sylphs also mentioned that mana is disappearing from this world. For some weird reason. They actually don't know why. And the source of all mana, the mana tree, Drassel, is dying. So, we kind of know where that tree is now. By the way, stepping sideways into that village allows me to enter it from the bottom, saving a few steps. And now we go into this initial forest again. You may kind of recognize this from the beginning. Still kind of looks similar-ish. Oops, that was too early. And here, as mentioned, the tree is actually not quite rotten yet. You may remember that Cress encountered this tree in the, let's say, present time, and it was completely decayed and rotten. However, here it is still present and, well, currently decaying and not so in good shape. The Dryad here, Martel, yes, by the way, this game has a bit of connection to Tales of Symphonia, in case you didn't realize it yet. This Dryad Martel here will tell you that mana is disappearing from the world, and you don't exactly know why. It is just used up way quicker than it could be possibly replenished. So we don't exactly know what to do, but Mint has a cute idea. She will try to heal the tree. I mean, that's their best effort, I guess. Unfortunately, her clerical abilities are not quite strong enough yet. So, yeah, it's not going to work out quite well. So, unfortunately the tree is still decaying, and on our journey we will try to keep a lookout for some, well, use in order to be able to save the mana tree. Otherwise, mana and summon spirits and magic is going to be completely disappearing from this world, and, well, since the stars can only be hurt by magic, that would be a really bad thing. Once again, whenever I go into the menu there, by the way, I just prematurely use another holy bottle to increase my step counter to 255 again. And that will allow me to completely avoid all random encounters. As in, quick menus are just that. And that's also why it's so important to have the holy bottles in the first item slot. Otherwise I would just constantly have to scroll down in the item menu and get to the holy bottles over there, which would be rather awkward. So, on our way back we decide to go to Alvanista. Alvanista is the most advanced city, and it is the most likely that we would find more information on how to form more summon spirits pacts for Clark, and figure out how to save the mana tree, and maybe gain some allies in the fight against Daos, who probably had a hand in this. So, this village here is now completely destroyed. We kind of have a little bit of a flashback compared to what happened in Cress Village, where everyone got killed. This little girl here tells us that this was the work of a single man called Demitel. Demitel was once a scholar here, a scholar of magic, well, a student of magic, And he returned and for some reason killed everyone, including her parents, who were, well, teachers at that local school here. So even though we have a high priority to find summon spirits and try to become stronger in the fight against dolls, Cress here decides that they cannot just ignore the situation. They want to help that little girl get a little bit of revenge on the guy that is called Demitel, because, well, if they cannot even save or help a little girl like this, how can they even hope to encounter dolls? So, change of plans, we are going to face dolls right now, Demitel right now, before we are going to go further to Alvanista. Here in this town, I'm going to real quick talk with a lady, which will tell us where we can find Demitel, and that will allow us to ride the boat over there. Oh, please let me through. And after that, I will just go and replenish some supplies in order to, well, make sure I don't get into any encounters. Most of the time when I go to any shop and buy stuff, it is for replenishing my holy bottles. And that is going to be the same right here. So, are there any questions so far, by the way? Oh yeah, by the way, rune bottles are both to identify items and transform them into different items, usually of higher quality. So we just take the ship here and go over to Demitel's manor, which happens to be on an island. So, and we get over here to Demitel's manor. There is a very slim chance that I would die while in this manner, so I'm going to be really quick, moving over here, out to the field and save. It should not happen, but, well, who knows. Normally I would not do this, because it's so unlikely. So, this is Demitel's manor, and, well, we try to find Demitel in it. In the first room, I'm going to move around some prisms. And this will basically solve a puzzle with light once we manage to make the light fall into the room. Here I'm going to find a key in the closet right behind the Sage Leaf. Sage Leaf increases your HP by 5%. If you use a rune bottle on it, it's going to be 10%, which is going to be handy later on in the run. And a few more chests here. Oh, I already have all the apples I need. So now I'm going to set up everything here. Just make sure... oh yeah, right. Here I use more rune bottles on... where are the rune bottles? There, rune bottles onto the shoes. Where are the shoes? Iron boots. In order to create Persian boots and nightmare boots. Nightmare boots are 50% faster walk speed in battle. Persian boots are 30% less damage taken. Those are extremely powerful items. Then I'm also going to be using one of the dark bottles that increases encounter rate. And I believe that's it. Alright. Just making sure I'm not making mistakes. In this backyard here, there are harpies. There are always going to be 2 harpies in an encounter. And here... sorry, Mint. Sorry, Clarf. I am going to kill off both Clarf and Mint in order to gain more experience with my main character, Cress here. I want to level up to level 9 in order to be able to gain an ability that is called Lightning Bolt. Oh well, it throws a lightning bolt. I don't exactly know the canon name for those games, to be honest, so don't call me out on that, please. So either way, this is one of 2 power leveling sessions. It's going to be very short, by the way. I kill off the other characters because the experience is shared between characters, and so just killing them off is making this quicker. This is also why I wanted to kill off Chester in the battle against the boar earlier, but unfortunately the boar didn't attack me instead of Chester at the end, so that was quite unfortunate. Lightning Blade usually. Yeah, it's possibly called Lightning Blade. The thing is, in this version, you need to remember, this is the first iteration of the Tales of games. So many things were not exactly refined yet, and the PlayStation version also changed up quite a few ability names. So I learned Lightning Blade, so I'm going to equip it real quick here. Revive Mint, and also heal up everyone with her first aid spell. Then replenish her HP, TP, so she can cast spells again. Use a holy bottle to cancel out the effect of the dark bottle, and then take a very good look at this tree. Look at it, as in, just look. And it turns out that this is a mini-boss. So, I do 700 damage with a flare bottle and the lightning bolt ability to those trees. For reference, a normal swing would deal about 50 damage. So you can see why I want to have lightning bolt. Nice, a double hit. Also, I usually, when you see me menuing that quickly, that is when I use a flare bottle to increase my damage output by 30%. Oh, that's unfortunate. So, now Mint can actually heal again, so that's going to be quite handy. Thank you. Wow, it still hit me at the end. So, the tree is defeated, light can shine into the room, and it reveals a hidden passage in Demitel's manor. So, in this manner, it is very short once again. I pick up this item here, which is a revival doll type thingy, as in it revives the character that falls in battle immediately. Which would be handy, but I mostly pick it up to sell for 1000 gold. So then I need to equip everyone with new equipment that I just picked up, a new weapon specifically. Also heal up Cress with Mint's healing ability, and also Clarf. I equip Clarf with the quick casting medallion, as in 50% faster cast time, because that could be quite handy. Replenish the TP to maximum. And then we move on. Here I'm going to be saving. So, real quick, this is going to be the most difficult encounter in the entire speedrun. As in, I'm not joking. Oh, I forgot something. Might still be fine. I forgot to set the formation, but I can probably still salvage it. So the thing is, Demitel is a monstrous encounter. Also, by the way, this is Demitel. Demitel is the big bad guy that destroyed the entire city, and presumably also the parents of this young lady. It turns out she is not actually who she said she was, but still, he is the guy that killed so many people, so we defeat him. So the thing is, there are 5 total enemies in this area. I try to take out the 2 golems. Immediately, I cast Sylph on Demitel. Nice, amazing. And I cast Sylph manually onto Demitel from Clark's ability, so he would hopefully interrupt any spellcast that Demitel were to cast right now. Oh no, that's going to be bad. I think Clark should survive it, and Cress as well. That is the spell I want. Ooh. Oh god. That is the spell I want to avoid from happening right there. That's Summon Lich. Whenever he raises his hands like that, he starts chanting the spell Summon Lich, and that is really, really bad, because I'm kind of low level, and the spell does a lot of damage, to say the least. No! He killed me. Okay, that's bad. I was too greedy. So the thing is, Demitel is probably the most difficult encounters, and that is not just because of him being so ridiculously powerful. Whoops, that was the wrong button. That is not just because of him being so ridiculously powerful, but also because he casts well, has 2 minions that can cast spells as well if they want to, and 2 golems that I need to get rid of immediately. So, let's try this again. The thing about Demitel is also his cast time for the Summon Lich spell is relatively long, but as you could see, Cress with full HP barely survived it. Clark did not survive it with full HP because he does not have the shoes that reduce the incoming damage by 30%. I always save here, even in it runs currently. My time is not that good yet. So, round 2, fight. And here I decide to cast onto the sylphs instead of trying to cast onto Demitel. The thing is, Demitel will only cast a spell if one of your characters is close enough to him. Oh, that's unfortunate. As I said, those mage things can cast spells, and they are pretty strong, actually. And whenever they cast a spell, all of your spellcasts are interrupted. Further, whenever they use a melee attack, those little annoying spirit guys, they will automatically use a lightning bolt on top of it. So they are crazy strong, can teleport into the middle of your party, and you're in big trouble. So, Clark is still alive right here. Normally I would just stop using Sylph spell with Clark right now, but because I want to make sure to actually kill him, even if it's a bit slower, I repeatedly now use the Sylph ability just to make sure he is interrupted whenever he is casting the Summon Lich spell. So actually, currently the best thing he can do is try to summon Lich, because I can easily interrupt it right now. The worst thing he can do is... oh, I'm bad. I'm dead. Shoot. That's that's really bad. Yeah, if I jump into that, I'm dead. Alright, recovered anyways. So yeah, this was the most difficult encounter in the entire speedrun, and I'm glad he is defeated. A little bit slower than usual, but still down. Ooh, alright. So it turns out that this little girl was truly not really the one she was saying she was, as in the daughter of the teachers in her home village. But what actually was the case is that a spirit of that daughter took possession of this young lady here, who was her best friend. And now she wakes up. This is actually Archie. You know, the daughter that we were looking for Bart, who was residing near the Sylph Mountains. And she actually allowed, as in she is a half-elf, so she has more connection to magic and spiritual stuff in this universe, and she allowed her best friend to take possession of her body in order to try and carry out revenge. Cress, you're a bit dense, get away from there. So, after a little bit of time, Archie managed to recover. Surprisingly quick, some would say. She also brings you a few more pack drinks, which Bart has been stowing away, and gives us those for, well, thanking us for helping her, and also bringing her back to her father. But she is a bit on the wild side, let's put it this way. She decides to join your efforts, and since she is a spellcaster, as in, because she's a half-elf, she is capable of casting spells. She will be joining our efforts in order to be able to defeat Daos, as in, her main motivation is she wants to go on an adventure, for one, and two, she wants to help you because you helped her. So that's pretty nice. After that, we finally go back to Venezia, this is the port town right here, and ask this sailor here to get a ride over to Alvanesta. He reluctantly agrees because, well, he does not want to sail around as long as Dahl's troops are still making the sea uncertain, but we tell him that we are mercenaries and can take care of any demon or whatever would show up on the way. Next up, we have a little cutscene here where Clark just kind of sneakily asked Cress, "Hey Cress, which one would you prefer, Mint or Archie?" A fan translation has it a little bit, let's put it, say, takes a little bit of more liberty. I'll leave it at that. And, well, while Cress is kind of embarrassed by that question, another guy on the boat, Maya, turns up and he says, "Hey, this is going to be a pretty long ride. Would you like to join me for dinner? I'm quite hungry." And sure, why not? We don't have another table anyways, since all the other tables are taken, so we just go over there and hang out with Maya. Well, you can imagine they are not exactly drinking tea and coffee, because this was not localized to America. So, Clark immediately takes a liking into Maya and come by. Or however you say that. Initially, Cress and Mint are not exactly keen on the idea of drinking, but eventually Archie decides to join in because why not? And Clark and Maya are having a really good time right there. So, eventually they get kind of into a bit of talkative mood, and it turns out Maya is actually a spy that figured out that Staos already infiltrated the kingdom of Alvanista and took possession of the prince by possessing him with some demons or something like that. And he is there on a secret mission to figure out how to deal with that. And also Archie on the side has a bit of few wild dreams that kind of include Cress. I'll leave it at that. So Maya decides to go to bed, since that was quite a long night of drinking so far. And Kraft just decides to drag Archie with him as well, because, well, sleeping there is kind of uncomfortable. Let's go back to our cabin. And also he tells her to go to bed over there. He is quite drunk himself, but, well, he can take a bit more alcohol than Archie apparently. So, after a little bit of rest, we hear a knocking, and it turns out Maya is knocking on the door, and we don't exactly know why. However, Clark actually has a really strong ability to sense demons, and he sensed something was really wrong with Maya, as he was holding a knife trying to stab Cress right there. We don't exactly know what's going on yet, but we decide to chase Maya as soon as we can, with as little equipment as possible for some reason. So I equipped the jet boots on this guy right here, so I can run around a bit quicker, and it turns out Maya is actually possessed by a demon. And would you know it, the quickest way to end this battle is to lose it. So I'm turning my back towards this fellow for him to always hit me. And so we lose. More or less. It turns out in the end we had to defeat Maya one way or another, and, well, there was no other way to stop him other than to kill him. Rest in peace, Maya. So we are now actually the only ones who know about the infiltration that has occurred in the Alvanista kingdom, where the prince is actually possessed. So our next step would be that we should try and gather some information on how we can, well, free the prince from the possession and remove the influence of Daos. By the way, this is also the reason as to why Alvanista has not taken action against Daos at all, as in they have just stayed quite neutral for the most part. Midgard currently is the only kingdom that has been battling Daos, and the party decides that we should go into the inn close by, but I have different plans. So in the inn you would normally then get into a cutscene where your party decides to try and figure out a plan how to, well, infiltrate the castle. But I'm going to take a detour here, which costs me technically 1.5 minutes. Practically, it's going to be a bit longer until we get back to Alvanista, but that's just because I'm also doing stuff that you would normally do anyways. So, the time I lose is taking the boat ride over here to the mainland, to the desert, and then back from here again. Everything else right here that I'm doing is pretty much as you would expect it, let's put it that way. So, in this desert there are a few difficult encounters. By the way, the holy bottle effect was still active, and it only matters that it is active as I enter the screen. I pick up an item that is called the mental ring over there, and that mental ring sells for 16,000 gold, and I will need a ton of gold in order to be able to buy a few advanced weapons. So, I'm already visiting Midgard right here. This is Midgard, the city that is standing up against the forces of Daoth. And they have really good equipment. So what I'm going to be doing here is I use a rune bottle. Where is it? There's the rune bottle. I use a rune bottle on a Japanese menus are difficult. On a miracle juice, a miracle perfume, and that becomes a lotus perfume, and that perfume allows me to get 50% discount in this shop. I'm selling the rope because I don't need it anymore and to keep my inventory clean. And then I sell a few more items that will allow me to gain just enough money to be able to afford the best weapons and best equipment here, just for Cress. I'm not going to buy other equipment for other characters because, well, for the most part you will see why. So an armor, a shield, and gauntlets for Cress. 50% discount because I used the thing, and a new weapon. Costs 22,000 gold. That weapon is a mecha halberd, and it's the best weapon you can buy in the first half of the game. As in, it is ridiculously powerful. Further, I'm going to be using a holy bottle here, equip all the equipment on Cress. Then I tell the strategy, as in tactics, to Mint not cast any spells, Archie do not cast any spells. I'm setting the formation slightly different, so I'm in the back row. I believe I have everything else equipped right now, just checking, double checking. Alright, this should be fine. I'm saving here, and now I reset the console. So, saving and resetting is a method for me to manipulate encounters. And after 255 steps I will be approximately in the desert again, where I can encounter basilisks. And let's put it this way, I will have to find basilisks story-wise anyways at some point, so I might as well do it right now. Because basilisks are pretty powerful enemies that are worth a lot of experience, and on top of that, drop the basilisk scales. Basilisk scales you need at least 5 in order to progress the story a little bit later. And like it was with the first little grinding session, I'm going to make sure that only Cress gains experience from this battle. And defeat the basilisk just with Cress. As you can see, that thing has a ton of HP. But because we have a really powerful weapon for this time in the game, and Lightning Bolt, which is their weak element, that allows me to dispose of the basilisk relatively quickly. So I will be fighting a total of 6 basilisk battles. Technically you only need 5, but I will be fighting 6. So that was the first one. If I'm unlucky, I will get petrified. Petrified allies will not gain any experience, and if I'm petrified, I will lose, as if my HP was depleted to 0, because no one else is currently conscious, so to speak. So, there are 2 main reasons as to why I use... Let me replenish TP real quick. There are 2 main reasons as to why I choose to go over here. So the next boss that I'm going to be fighting is in the main area, as in the castle, obviously. We are trying to free the prince from the possession of Dao's influence. So the two reasons are, for one, Crest gains a lot more levels and thus becomes a little bit stronger. Actually not that much stronger, he gains mostly more HP, which is quite nice. For two, he will also gain a new ability. One ability I really want to have is Tiger Blade. And Tiger Blade, also known as Koge-Hazan, is extremely powerful in this game, and it's going to be quite useful for a number of encounters. And having that technically, let's say early, is going to be extremely useful. So that was number 2, I believe. If I'm unlucky, this basilisk can petrify me, as I said, and that would just be wasted time. So far I've been pretty lucky that this did not happen, so I'm kind of happy about that. This is also the last grinding session in the entire game, by the way. Fun fact, I did a run once where I set up everything in order to encounter basilisks and reset the console. Except I forgot to save. Oops. 2 more basilisk encounters and then we're done here. One more basilisks and then we are done here. You love grinding, this is Tony Hawk. Something like that. So, once again, the battle system for this game is not quite refined yet. The PlayStation remake of this game is actually a complete remake. It overhauls the battle system and also adds a lot of things that are more stable now in Tales games. And it also includes the ability to use allied abilities rather quickly. So, that was the last encounter I needed to fight. I activate the Holy Bottle to not get into encounter, activate the ability to Tiger Blade ability, and then I'm also going to restock on items real quick here. So, and here's going to be a little bit of a theme. In this game, your allies' levels don't really matter too much. As in... I need to sell something. I can sell one of those. Otherwise I would not have enough money for the boat ride. So, in this game, your allies' levels don't matter too much. As soon as they gain the spell will almost be the same power regardless of their level. So, only really crest levels matters to me. So for the most part, I will just keep everyone unconscious and dead on the floor in order for me to level up crest quicker. At least for the first half of the game, pretty much. I will make one exception for the marathon here, and I will keep Clarf alive for the encounter with Jamir. That is going to be the next boss, or I will try anyways, if he doesn't die early. And also real quick, because Jamir can, like most bosses kind of, really mess you up if she just decides to spam her quickest attack. I'm going to save outside there real quick. So, let's continue in the story. We decided, as soon as we left the boat initially, arriving here in Albanista, that we would want to, well, infiltrate the castle somehow. How do we do this? And here is how I like this game. This game kind of recognizes, hey, Archie has been flying around on a broom all this time. Why don't we just use Archie's broom in order to fly over the castle wall? Archie isn't exactly happy about that, but hey, we'll do that right now. Let's go. And as she managed to drag up everyone onto the balcony, and apparently no guard spotted us so far, we infiltrate the castle and run straight to the princess room because we somehow know where it is. Oops, that was a mistake. If I'm quick enough, I can get past that guard, but if I edge on the corner there, he would be too close. So we enter the princess room, and of course he's going to be, "What are 4 strangers doing in my room? Guards! Get them!" And Clark, being the pretty awesome guy he is, spots immediately what is wrong here, and it looks like the bird on the left side is the culprit. And it turns out that is exactly what is going on. So it is actually Jamir in his, well, hidden form, or her hidden form, who has currently taken possession of the prince, which is also the main reason why Alvanista has not taken part in negotiations with, what's the word? Trying to defeat Dals. So I cast Sylph here on Jamir in order to prevent her from casting any spells for now. As in, the damage Sylph does is negligible, and as you can see, Lightning Bolt does a ton of damage. And even the Koga Hazen, as in Tiger Blade, does a lot more than that. So, mint this down, that is fine. Unfortunately, stop targeting her, please. Sometimes I forget to retarget different allies. So, Archie gets hit by that, that is fine. That is actually a damage over time effect. So the thing is, while she is in this weird bubble there, she is completely invulnerable to attacks, as in physical attacks. And that is why I use Sylph, in order to get her out of those bubbles. So both Clark and Archie are still alive now, which would normally be a bad thing, since Cress uses a, well, he loses a lot of experience, but that's why I fought the additional Basilisk earlier, so I would guaranteed have enough experience, so it wouldn't really matter here. Baguette invasion. So, naturally, since the prince just kind of quote-unquote woke up from the possession, he is still unsure who are those 4 strangers, what are they doing in my room, even though we just defeated the demon that was possessing him. Fortunately, this is the royal advisor, Runeglom. He's a half-elf, and both the king and Runeglom noticed that the prince was behaving really strangely, and that is why he was so opposed to helping out Midgard in the battle against Dals. So the king and Runeglom recognize that you have been removing that possession from the prince, and now he is back to normal, and so they give you a little bit of a present as a thanks to you. Clark gets a new book, and we get a spear, the spear that is called Gungnir, also known as Odin's spear, which will have a little bit of more implication later on, but for now we'll leave it at that. So, next up, what we requested from the king is that he allows us to enter the Mines of Morlia. Along our journey we heard that the Mines of Morlia actually inhabits a ring that would allow us to form a pact with Luna, the summon spirit of light and moon. So we would like to get down there. Also I need to talk to this guy, and he will tell us the location of Undine. If I were to forget about him, that would be about 1.5 minute time loss. Then I'm going to play a little minigame here. Hopefully he'll be pretty stupid again. You lose when you take the last stone, so... You know, usually when the count is down to 4, you would expect that he would stop you taking the correct amount, but somehow he does not recognize that. We gain a mental ring here. And that mental ring once again is worth 16,000 gold, which I'm going to be using soon. So, to get the permission to enter the Mines of Morlia, I would have to go into the pub in the city and then get the permission from there. Since the king allowed us, we still need to get the permission letter or whatever it is. However, I'm going to make something else. So the thing is, normally when you do that and enter the Mines of Morlia, really quick you would recognize that Well, you cannot actually progress too far in, because for one, you need a special item that is called the Sorcerer's Ring, that would allow you to press a switch a little bit further away and light some torches and stuff like that. And for two, also going to save here real quick. And for two, you actually need all 4 summon spirits: water, wind, ice and fire. Hang on, water, fire, ice and earth, there we go. In order to get all the way down into the bottom of the mines of Morlia. Not Moria, Morlia. There's an L in there, don't ask me why. So here we find the Sorcerer's Ring, and they see, whoops, sparks, what is happening there? And it turns out that this ring is actually quite useful in order to activate some remote switches. So even though Mint is unconscious right now, I will equip that ring on her. And now we can spit all over the place. Now, just shoot magic stuff, whatever. Up here I pick up some more chests, which inhabit some more items that I will just use for selling. And also one item that increases Cress battle power by 10%. And further, I will need to heal up Cress real quick, so he has full HP for the next battle. Then we get the key to the magma dungeon here, and some more gold along the way. And you see me running around the dungeons. That's why I have to use twice as many holy bottles than normal. If I were to just walk through the dungeon, I could clear the entire dungeon without with using only half the holy bottles, sometimes even less than that. Once again, I use a holy bottle before entering the door, which overflows my step counter, and I will never ever get into an encounter anymore right here. And then we fight or face the summon spirit Ifrit, the Lord of Fire. So as you may imagine, Ifrit likes fire, and we want to recruit him into our party. So the thing is, I kind of would like him to take out... Oh, not Cress, please. I would like to take for him to take out Clark and Archie, so Cress gets full experience. Thank you very much. And normally he is not too much of an issue, since his damage is relatively low compared to the level that Cress is at right now. But sometimes he can still be kind of dangerous. There we go. Sometimes he can still be kind of dangerous, but this time it worked out pretty fine. So normally, already in the battle against Shamir, my entire party would be dead, and I could just immediately start kicking, well, Ifrit. So essentially what we are doing here right now is, Ifrit just told us that, well, if you want to form a summon pact with me, you need to prove that you're worthy. So we proved that we are worthy by just defeating him right there. Pretty straightforward. And now Cress is going to go on a solo mission in order to defeat the next 3 bosses. That is just what is going to be going on here. Further, I'm going to replenish his HP and TP here real quick to 4, because this is the next place where I'm going to be replenishing my supplies, as I'm going to be heading over. So the thing is, I replenish the supplies here because this shop is much quicker to access than the one later on in Alvanista. I try to avoid Alvanista's shop as much as possible, since it's quite far out of the way. Even though there is one instance where I have to go there. So, we just found the summon spirit Ifrit. 2 more to go. That would be Gnome and Andini. Next station is going to be Gnome, where... Let's put it this way. You will see a rather interesting fight. If we are lucky, you will just see Gnome die. If we are unlucky, I will have to walk around for about a minute or something like that until Gnome decides to be hittable again. And Gnome is basically one of the big random factors in this run. Since if he decides to troll me, he can just waste about a minute of my time. Which would be rather unfortunate, but there's not so much you can do about that. So here we take this ship. Instead of going to Venezia, we go over to Totus, which is very close to where Gnome is residing. This is only a one-way ferry, so we actually cannot go back with this ship right now. As soon as we leave the harbor, the ship will be gone. And we will have to walk back, which is a bit unfortunate, but whatever.
So Yagamoth, I have a question with my robotic voice. Is this a recorded run?
Is this a recorded run? No, not to my knowledge. Also, your voice is currently fine, so you could ask more questions if you would like to.
Well, to be honest, you are doing an extremely good commentary, so I really will be useless, you know? You're doing very well.
Just feel free to pose any questions that the chat might have. But no, this is not a recorded run. Should I prove it? Let's just run up here.
This was obviously a joke, but you know.
Yeah, no, don't worry. So, here we have a little escort mission. This little guy has lost his friends and he would like to find his friends again, so we kind of help him find his friends. And this is also an introduction to the other mechanic. Those little guys, as soon as they step into their range, they will start chasing me. And if they touch me, I get into an encounter with those little guys. You don't want to fight them. For one, it's a waste of time. Because, well, this is a speedrun, we want to fight as little as possible. And for two, they actually can only be defeated with Tractor Beam, which is a spell Archie could learn, but we don't actually have. Oop. So, and I just need to wait until this guy arrives. Fortunately, this escort mission here is not as lengthy as it is in Terranigma with Liam, so it's fine. We find his friends right here, which would have been blocking our way if we didn't lead him here. He says thanks and runs away. And here we see the weird side of those weird little gnomes, because for some reason they have an alarm installed in their base. They don't know why they have an alarm installed themselves, but they just have one. And all of them just go over there and take a look at it. Which allows me to enter the cave where a gnome is located. So I use my last holy bottle here on a hourglass. And that hourglass transformed into a chronoglass. This chronoglass stops time in battle for 10 seconds. The hourglass would stop time in battle for only 5 seconds. And that is going to be extremely important here. Why is that important? Let's put it this way. If I gave Gnome any time to do anything, basically, as in I stop time right now, if I gave Gnome any time to do anything, he would essentially try to fly away and become completely untargetable and unhittable. Please stay. There we go. Okay, I was lucky. Or let's put it this way, not unlucky. So if he managed to split up and fly up into the air and become Earth rockets, yes, Gnome is a bit weird like that. He would be completely untargetable and he could stay in that form for up to a few minutes, so that would be rather unfortunate. So yeah, Dactrio evolved, and that happens to be Gnome. We all knew Dactrio was really powerful, and if it ever evolved, it would be quite scary. And become a summon spirit, of course. So the thing is, we now have Gnome, and Ifrit, and Sylph as our summon spirits, so it's only Undine left that we need to find. Undine will be basically on our way, since there is no other way other than just to get over Venezia to get back to Albanista anyways, so that's kind of convenient.
So Yaga, someone asked a legit question. How did you get into speedrunning Tales of Phantasia, and especially the SNES version?
So how did I get into speedrunning this? Let's put it this way, I always really kind of liked Tales of Symphonia, and eventually at some point I played Tales of Phantasia. And I usually try to learn a new speedrun every once in a while, in which what I call a focus week. A focus week is where I just learn to speedrun or route or do something like that in a single week, 7 days in a row, as much as possible, and well, I usually leave that up to a straw poll for people to vote on which game they would like to see. And I just put up Tales of Phantasia onto that vote and straw poll, and it happened to win the straw poll. So eventually I started playing through the Super Nintendo version of Tales of Phantasia, since I'm actually kind of used to playing Super Nintendo games for the most part. That was my main reason to play casually through the Super Nintendo version first. And overall it was actually quite neat, but I remember the PlayStation version having overall better mechanics, as in, I dare to say casually it is a better game. However, after playing through the Super Nintendo version, I saw a lot of potential for the speedrun itself, and eventually I gave it up to a vote again, whether we should use the Super Nintendo version or the PlayStation version. The Super Nintendo version won in the end, and so I'm speedrunning this one. So the thing is, the PlayStation version, there is already a speedrun by Bertin, which is slightly faster than the Super Nintendo version.
And Bertin is doing 2 runs on the marathon later, by the way. The first one just after yours.
Yes, indeed. And so it was actually quite interesting to me to see the differences between the two games. The thing is, in the PlayStation version, you cannot reliably avoid all random encounters. So in that focus week I did, 6 days of that week I just purely routed the game and routed out the holy bottle route, where I would need to use the holy bottles, how they work exactly, how can I abuse the fact that I can overflow the encounter, and also figure out like rooms like this one here. They don't have any encounters, and thus, as long as I still have the holy bottle effect aura effect active, I would not get into any encounters for 255 more steps as soon as I get out of that room. And also here, use the holy bottle before hitting the switch. Increase the step counter by 255. +1 is 0. And we can just run through the rest of this area. So it was actually really interesting to route this game. I have to be honest, I'm not as much into Tales games as probably many others that are watching right now are. But I still really enjoy them. My first Tales game was Tales of Symphonia, and so I figured this one would be a rather good shot as well. So, right now I saved here real quick, because Andini can be quite the monster. Flip this switch here, after, let's say, just running through the dungeon and solving the switch puzzles. We finally wake up Andini, and she is kind of grumpy, and who wakes me up, and just attacks you. And that's literally what happens. So yeah, I hope that question is answered. So hopefully Andini will not cast a spell until I dispose of her minions. I'm too slow. So that's the annoying spell that she can cast. That spell will do damage over time to me, which may not seem like that much, but she can be extremely powerful with her melee attacks. And she has extremely quick attacks that she can use, and if she just decides to chain those, I would be in big trouble. Wow, right now she is giving me pretty much the best pattern that she can possibly live, which is amazing. She should be dead here. Boom. Well, I was really lucky here. Whoop. And so we defeat Andini. She decides reluctantly to, well, form a summon spirit pact with Clark, since we have been proving worthy. And so, well, we have all 4 summon spirits and are ready to go down into the mines of Molia. That was a crazy good Andini, by the way. She basically didn't do anything. Almost perfect. So, for reference, the tool-assisted speedrun I found is just on Nico Video, as in the Japanese version of YouTube, so to speak. And there was one other run by a Japanese runner, which was about 6.5 hours long. So the thing is, I used that Japanese run as a template because, honestly, I did not really know too much about the game when I started routing it. And I only technically had 7 days to get at least one run done in the end. So, what I did is I used that run as a template and then essentially just figured out stuff along the way. After that focus week, I've tried to figure out how could I improve that, and just gradually I changed up strategies on bosses, cut out a lot of items, and now we are approximately 2 hours faster than the original run by the Japanese runner. Further, the current tool-assisted speedrun of this game is not that optimized actually. It does not know about the holy bottle overflow for the step counter, so it takes 2 trips down into the mines of Moria, whereas I only have to take 1 by very clever use of that overflow mechanic.
So Yaga, someone asked about your team. Are you going to use Chester later? Are you going to use his bow that is, I don't remember his name, the Berserk bow or anything?
Chester? Yeah, Chester is actually going to be used, yes, but he's going to just get the most easily acquirable bow. By the way, real quick, this lady here tells us about unicorns kind of randomly, that is a plot trigger, and we get the permit to get into the mines of Moria. So yeah, Chester is going to be used. He will be mostly actually dealing a surprising amount of damage. It's pretty impressive. For level 6 he will deal about 1000 damage per shot, with just 1 item equipped. So, and here, to prepare to go all the way down into the mines of Moria, I will need to use a technique that I use a holy bottle right here, and then I buy a new stack of holy bottles. So I now have 15 holy bottles plus 1, which will be sufficient to go all the way down into the mines of Moria. Hopefully anyways, as long as I don't make a mistake, I should never get into any more random encounters, by the way. So saving real quick here. It's rather unlikely that I'll make a mistake, but whatever. So for people that may have come in later, there's a mechanic that if I interact with signs from the side, every time I hit the A button I increase my step counter by 1 until I get into an encounter. But if I overflow it past 255, I will be able to never get into an encounter. So I just did that over there. And that will save me at least 1 holy bottle, which means I can go all the way to the next switch, even though the aura effect ran out of the holy bottle, to this one. Use another holy bottle just before it, activate the switch, 255 plus 1 makes 0, and I can run around in this field, and we go on. So are there more questions? Because there is not going to be too much regular commentary during the Mines of Moria, since it's actually kind of tricky to make my way through. Okay, stepping on that plate gives us levitation, which lets us get over those switches, which would otherwise close our the door in front of our nose. Also, using a holy ball just before it, once again, you might imagine it overflows the step counter.
Well, about questions, we could ask, who is your Symphonia waifu, for example? Kappa?
Up, down, left, right. Okay, hang on a second. What was the question, sorry?
Who is your Symphonia waifu?
Symphonia?
Yeah, because maybe you don't see it too much, but the chat keeps talking about the poll for the Tales of Symphonia waifu. Who is their favorite character? So, who is yours?
Nice, Rain. Vote for Rain, please. I really like Rain as a character. Right. So the thing is, I really like Phantasia as a character, but I actually like Rain slightly more, so there's that. So, right now, it's not that much of an issue anymore, but I used to have a lot of trouble remembering where all the holy... bottle spots are, and I only have a little bit of leeway until I need to get to the next place where I should use a holy bottle. So if I accidentally go the wrong way, that would basically spell disaster in this dungeon. By the way, I have to take a turn around this area, otherwise I would get teleported outside prematurely before being able to open the chest, which triggers the next roundabout thingy. I don't think Rain is that old, actually. Either way, she's a bit crazy about archaeology. I like that kind of passionate person. There's my reason. So let's actually get back to this game real quick. Lighting those torches, once again, increases step counter by 1, and, well, overflows the step counter here. I save approximately a total of 6 or 7 holy bottles throughout the entire dungeon, which is the main reason as to why I'm able to completely avoid going in here a second time. By the way, don't be fooled by this thing, this actually has a switch on it. It's not a torch you should light. Further, using a holy bottle here, that's the biggest skip I get. Stepping on the switch allows me to skip so much and also get this chest over here. This chest contains a yellow cake. The yellow cake is not something you should eat, let's put it that way. It is an item that allows me to use the most powerful fire spell as a consumable item in battle. And yes, it's called yellow cake. This button here does not technically do anything, but it allows me to overflow the step counter, so it's quite convenient to be located there. So, and even though this button over here is already pressed, I still can overflow the step counter by stepping onto it. Which otherwise I would not be able to run all the way through the rest of this place. So, and now we are at the bottom of the Mines of the Molia, find a new ring, and then get over to the stone tablets. It turns out Archie can actually read a very ancient language, or elven tongue, and, well, tell us what is written on there. Basically it tells us that we need the 4 elements, fire, water, earth and wind, to be summoned in their correct spots in order to open the sealed door that leads to the treasure. Or, well, more or less. It actually summons Maxwell, the lord of all earthly elements. And he will test you whether you are worthy to get the treasure behind that sealed door. So, now we are actually in control of Clark, which is the only time in the game you actually can do that, I believe. And we summon... Gnome? Andini, Ifrit, so, there we go. The order of which you summon them where is not important, but it's useful to me to have an order, since I always go the same way around the room. So let me actually check real quick. Crest should have learned an ability... No, not yet. Too bad. That is most likely because the other characters were still alive. Oh, no. I did not mean to do that. That is most likely because the other characters were still alive in the Chamir encounter. So he could have learned Gale Shield here. I don't know what it is usually called in Tales games. It is just a ridiculously powerful ability that pushes enemy back. But if you corner the enemies, they cannot be pushed any further back and they just take a load of damage from that ability alone. And so it is quite ridiculously overpowered if you can manage to get the enemies into a corner like that. But I don't have it right now, so well, not going to be able to use it. So healing up Crest real quick to make sure he is going to be fine in the battle against Maxwell, and we go on. So it turns out that Maxwell was actually the guardian of all earthly elements, and he tells you that he cannot just give you the treasure that is hidden in the mines, in the depths here of Morlia, and he needs to test you. And so, well, he decides to do just that. He is relatively harmless, usually. However, if he does that attack there repeatedly, very quickly, he can essentially stun lock me forever. And that might spell my doom, because it would be quicker than I could heal up with items. So, depending on how I believe the level difference between me and the enemies is, the more likely it is for them to dizzy me, as in with those little birdies above my head, and stun my character. Because I'm relatively low level at this point compared to most of the enemies, the chance of them dizzying me is rather high. But most of the time it's not terribly dangerous anyways, because many of the enemies just have some gimmicks, and if I have full control over Cress and his abilities, it's mostly fine. Not always, but it's mostly fine. So, on top of letting us into the treasure room, Maxwell decides to also join our efforts against Daos. So it is quite the honor for the Lord of all earthly elements to be, well, forming a summoning pact with Clarf. And so we are able to proceed into the treasure room right here. So it turns out that there are actually rings down here that would allow us to form a pact with Luna. But unfortunately the rings are currently broken, as in completely destroyed, so we are not exactly sure what we are supposed to do with those right now. So our best bet is to ask Runeglom as to what we could do with those rings, and he will certainly have an answer as to what we could possibly do with those things. Further, I only need one holy bottle to get out of the entire Mines of Morlia, except if I'm extremely unlucky I could have gotten into an encounter right there, moving over to this switch. But I was lucky enough that this did not happen, and so I can run all the way outside of the Mines of Morlia. The thing is, halfway through the Mines of Morlia, you would be able to get the option to, well, right here, go all the way back, if you wanted to. And just with those stairs you are really quick back on the surface. There is no exit or escape spell in this game, so that is kind of missing a little bit. But they give you a rather nice and easy escape path. So we go back to Runeglom, the royal advisor, and he will certainly have some idea on what we need to do now. So, Runeglom will essentially tell us that he does not exactly know how to repair those rings. However, there is that man called Edward, and Edward has done a ton of research on ancient civilizations and technology, and he also probably knows the best about those rings and what you could do in order to repair them, so you could form a pact with Luna. So he gives you a letter that basically should tell Edward that you are trustworthy and he could help you. Hopefully anyways. And so we go over and visit Edward, who happens to be in southwest of this area. Also, real quick, there's a mini cutscene here where Cress hears a voice inside his head, and that voice just tells him, "You are not worthy to possess this weapon." And that's pretty much it. To possess this weapon refers to Gungnir, the Spear of Odin, in case you're wondering. So I used the last holy bottle here, and visit Edward. Or try to anyways. It turns out Edward is actually not currently home. And, well, his wife here just tells us that he currently went over to the desert, and since we are trustworthy fellows, since Runeglom sent us with a letter, she just kind of tells us where we could approximately find him in the desert. So we go over there. Also, she tells us that he's actually on a secret mission. He was kind of upset that Alvanista decided to not join the efforts on fighting Daos, And he's on a secret mission to find worthy warriors that are willing to oppose Davos and then wants to join Midgard in the battle against him. So, maybe our interests will unite there. So, our best bet is to go over here, and here's another instance where I could get into an encounter if I'm really unlucky. Fortunately, it didn't happen. But here, we just asked this guy, "Hey sir, do you know where a man named Edward is?" And he tells us, yeah, someone like that actually recently passed through here, and he decided to go to... oh, not this one. The other one first. He decided to go to the oasis to the south. Apparently he was looking for some ingredients to make some medicine and stuff like that. So what we do now is we go over to the south, into the next oasis, trying to find Edward. And as you might be able to imagine, this is going to be a little bit of a goose chase, as in here in this oasis. He's not going to be because, hey, is Edward here? No, he went to the next oasis. And that's going to happen a few more times. So Baffan, do we have any more questions or anything like that? If you are there, that is. So, visiting the last oasis, we go back to the village. Maybe Edward has returned here now. And this guy tells us now that, well, he was recently at the inn. Maybe the innkeeper can tell you more. So, well, the innkeeper tells you.
I was totally not aware or anything.
Nice. So, real short, the innkeeper tells you that Edward was looking for basilisk scales. That's why I've been farming those basilisks earlier on. And... well, he will make sure that he will come around, and since you have the basilisk scale to give to him. So, do you have any more questions, Baffan, or anything like that?
Not really, to be honest. I think you're already doing a very, very well commentary, and you are actually answering most of the questions that people could wonder. I guess just directly ask to the chat to ask them what they want to know. So yeah, chat, if you have questions, feel free to ask them.
Indeed. I might not be able to read chat myself, but for that we have Baffan, usually anyways. It's fine. So, it turns out Edward D. Morrison is related with Tornix D. Morrison, you know, the guy that sent us back into the past. So after initial talk, Edward here is not exactly convinced that we are worthy warriors to join his efforts, but after Cress remembers to show him the book that we actually got from Tornix right before he teleported us away, he starts to be more and more convinced about this entire thing. Also, sometimes Cress here actually stands on top of the book. I don't know why he does that. This time he didn't. Also here, finally Archie gets to know that both Mint and Cress are from the future, and her only comment about that is that, well, I'm 100 years older than you. That's it.
So we actually have a real question. Is there any glitches in the game?
Yes. The holy model step counter overflow thingy, that is a glitch, technically speaking, because you avoid any encounter in that area. But there are two more glitches that unfortunately don't have any use. One of the glitches is the zombie Cress, as in, if you get petrified and killed in the same hit, your main character then can be unpetrified outside of battle, and he will still be running around despite having 0 HP. And that basically makes him completely immortal, which is quite neat. Unfortunately, setting that up costs you about at least a minute, and it's not that useful, because most of the encounters you can handle differently one way or another. So that is a glitch that we could have. The other one is you can actually run away from boss battles. If you equip an item... oh, that's a good thing to remember right now. I need to buy an item that allows me to run away 50% quicker from battles. And for some reason, that allows us to run away from boss battles, which is not intended, by the way. And that can have some weird effects. And you can even skip one of the areas. I will point out later on where that would be. And that area you could essentially technically skip a lot of content, however it will softlock later on because you cannot leave the city anymore because, well, the battle is still going on. So that's kind of unfortunate. So there are two glitches you could use, but they are not useful or just don't have any speedrun use.
So, of course, when you say the glitch are useless, you mean for the speedrun, right?
Yes, of course. The zombie crest is quite neat. The thing is, setting it up is not too much of an issue. The issue is really that if you level up, you gain HP, and because you gain 0 plus whatever HP you gain for the level, you will not have 0 HP anymore. And, well, that removes the zombie glitch. So you would have to set it up again after every time you level up, which would be quite unfortunate. So, by the way, earlier on this lady I bought a new spell that is called Thunderblade for Archie, which will be very useful later on. And here we just went back to Runglom with the information that Edward was joining our efforts, and also he explained to us that we need to get into the Elven area to the place of origin in order to repair the rings. So Runglom just now explained to us that half-elves are not welcome in the Elven territory, so Archie has to kind of stay back. She decides to go to the inn and stay there, like the... well, let's put it this way, she's not going to stay there. And going to secretly follow us. Or try to anyways. Who would Archie be if she would actually quietly sit and wait? Impossible. So yeah, essentially we just got a royal crest from Runglom. That royal crest... Hang on, 1, 2, 3... No, I messed up. That's bad. Yeah, I figured. So I messed up one of the holy bottle overflow portions. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Uh-oh.
Don't say uh-oh, please.
Those guys can petrify you, and even though Cress would never die, actually straight up die, if Cress is petrified and the other characters are dead, I would lose. That was rather scary. Oh my god. So the thing is, I messed up the holy bottle overflow there, and I didn't know how far I could walk until I get into an encounter. Oh god. That would have been the worst place as well, since I haven't saved in a while. So those lizard men are, by the way, some of those which you could use to set up the zombie crest glitch, as they petrify and damage you at the same time. But right now that would be really bad. So yeah, technically this didn't have anything to do with luck. I just took one step too far, and well, I didn't use a holy bottle in time. Either way, the leader of the village tells us, "You are from Alvanista. You have a royal crest right there. Alright, I will help you." And just gives us the permission to enter the Treant Forest, where we will be able to visit the place of origin. And he even decides to tell us that he will be joining us as well, as in just kind of explain how hard it's to do, and he kind of knows how to repair the rings. So he's a pretty awesome guy like that. Normally the elves in this universe don't like negotiating with humans at all, because apparently the humans got way too greedy at some point. By the way, those little things... they are called bush babies. And they meow like a cat. And unfortunately, more often than not, they are just in the way. So yeah, the elves in this universe, they are really not happy to meet humans, let's put it that way. Because they consider humans to be too greedy, and most of the humans don't have a clue what they are talking about. And also they really dislike anything that has anything to do with humans, which means half-elves are, well, if they step into their territory, they are sentenced to death, straight up. So if Archie were to be around, that would be a really bad thing. Either way, we move through the tree and forest, eventually reach the place of origin, where the leader of the village tells us to put both of the rings onto the stone tablet, and then he will chant a spell to return them to their original state. Also watch this cutscene real quick and see if you notice something. And Baffan, do you have anything more?
No.
Alright. So, by the way, real quick, something I would like to point out. I read a few walkthroughs of this game, and many of those walkthroughs actually have no clue that there is a chest behind this stone. I don't actually normally pick it up, I just wanted to show it off. That chest contains an item that is called Elven Boots that allows you to run and battles 30% quicker, so they are just strictly inferior to Nightmare Boots that I already have, but they sell for a bit of money. Sorry about that, so they are quite useful. So, in this Elven Forest I'm also going to make a slight detour, because I will want to pick up an item that is called an Hourglass. Hourglasses are extremely strong in this game. They stop the battle flow for 5 seconds. And if you use a rune model on them, it will stop the battle flow for 10 seconds at a time. Which is really powerful, because unlike the PlayStation motion, this also works on bosses, which you may already have seen earlier on Gnome. However, this is quite a detour, and normally if I actually did not have to use an Hourglass on the Demital encounter, by the way, that would have been a backup if I were to be able to react in time. I would have been able to skip that Hourglass, but for marathon safety, just in case I need to use one additional Hourglass, I messed up the step part right there. So yeah, I usually skip this Hourglass right now, so I kind of forgot where I needed to use the Hourglasses exactly. And it is just straight up safer to defeat those enemies instead of trying to run away from them right now, since they can paralyze me, and paralyzation is like death. So, it turns out, as we return to the village, someone has been caught trespassing their territory, and that someone we know already. It happens to be Mint. And as mentioned earlier, the punishment for trespassing as a half-elf into elven territory is death, so she is sentenced to death right now. And all of a sudden, a woman storms out of the inn, just pleading to the village leader, please do not harm her, and punish me in her stead. If you have to punish anyone, just punish me. And reluctantly, the village leader agrees to that, even though that is technically against their rules. And all of a sudden, Archie kind of realizes who that was. That was her mother. Archie's no Mint. Did I say Mint? Sorry, I meant Archie. Yeah, of course it's Archie. Who else would be trespassing as a half-elf? So, the thing is, I use one additional holy ball more than usual, so I have to actually walk all the way outside. Otherwise I would not be able to get all the way. So, and now that we have the rings repaired, that we can form a summoning pact with Luna, that is the next station we are going to go to. Luna is in the moon reading tower right in front of Midgard. So the thing is, story-wise, you never actually use Luna anymore once you acquire her. She is okay in battle, not too great. But for the most part, you don't actually use Luna at all. And the interesting portion is... let's see if I'm lucky or not. Alright, I'm lucky. The interesting portion is, you only have to get Luna because if you go to Midgard first, there is going to be that little annoying gnome type thingy. It's not a gnome, it's a fairy. A little fairy guy who would actually... Oops, I just remembered something. I forgot to buy an item. So I need this jewel here. Where is it? There. I need that jewel that allows me to run away 50% quicker from battles. I use a rune bottle on it in order to transform it into that item that allows me to run away quicker. So I almost forgot about that one. So you might be wondering, I avoid all random encounters, so why do I get that thing anyways? And the answer is pretty straightforward. There's going to be a place where it is pretty much impossible to avoid encounters. It's not going to be technically random encounters, but they are going to be encounters. And also something to note, I now have 15 holy balls to get through the next two dungeons, and the tower is not too long, however, the place after the tower is really long, so I have to be very careful with the holy bottle usage. And I feel like I dropped the subject that I was talking about and I forgot about it. Sorry about that. Feel free to remind me of it. So, you may recognize this tower, and what is the gimmick of this? Music. So it turns out, in order to be able to get to the next floor in this building, you have to activate the correct music, the background music, in order for this to work out. So this kind of probably answers the question on whether do the main characters in the game actually hear... Oh, wrong way. That's bad. Do the main characters of this game actually hear the music that is going on in the background? And the answer is probably, since they are changing it up so they can actually go to the correct place. It's a bit strange, I guess. So on those stone tablets in the middle there would be written what kind of music you would have to play. And that is how you kind of figure out which one you need to press. Or well, once you figure out which music belongs to which one. So, I actually kind of a little bit messed up with the holy bottle timing. I was supposed to use one at a different place and I used it too early. So I kind of hope I do not get into an encounter here. This is going to be rather tight. And here you see me do a technique that I just scrape across the corners. And the terrain will basically push me to the side slightly. And that allows me to gain additional steps. Nice, I got it. Alrighty. So the thing is, whenever you walk around in dungeons, and if you get pushed to the side by the corner or something like that, that counts as only one step taken, even though you technically move two steps. So you can save steps doing that, and that is also going to be relevant in the next dungeon after this one. So here, this little fairy guy, he is saying he is the guardian, and he wants Archie to kiss Cress. Mint is not exactly happy about that. It's a bit unfortunate that I have to rush the explanation, but that's kind of what happens here. He is essentially saying, he is the guardian of Luna, and if you want to pass through, you have to please me. Here, pink-haired girl, kiss that blonde guy. And Mint is really not happy about that. Luna all of a sudden calls out to the little fairy guy and tells him, don't cause them any trouble and give them something for that trouble. And well, he teaches Archie the spell Ray. So he is actually kind of useful. Thank you, Baffan. Either way, Luna is unlike many other summon spirits, and she joins you without a battle. She actually tells you that she really does not like battling, so she would rather not have battles at all. But, well, we kind of need her in our quest in order to defeat those. And in the end, you see that kind of little fairy guy just staying there back, and, well, he's now all alone. Poor guy. Alrighty. So I can use a holy bottle right around here and then run all the way outside. And this was the first dungeon where I only have a total of 15 holy bottles. So, now that we have Luna and Tau, we actually can visit the King of Albanista, Midgard. So the thing is, if you did not have visited Luna yet, that little fairy guy would actually steal your royal crest of Albanista, and, well, those guards do not allow you entry because you're just little kids. How could you be possibly, oh, you have the royal crest of Albanista, okay, let's let them get through. Let's just spit over the table for a while. You actually just have to wait here. If you go into the menu here and then back outside, it would actually reset the timers. You have to wait, so you don't want to do any menuing here. So, here is once again Edward D. Morrison, who, as he mentioned, he wants to meet us at Midgard, where we are going to be joining their efforts to battle dolls. And the other guy there is basically the royal strategist person, who is leading the armies of Midgard, and, well, he will essentially be the headsman for all war affairs for this kingdom. He tells you that, well, you don't look exactly like brave warriors, but we have the word of the trustful Edward D. Morrison, so we kind of trust you. Here we overhear a little conversation about the Magitech cannon being finished and completed. And that is just on a side note. So here is the king. And the king will just tell you, you are those brave warriors that helped the king of Albanista. Alright, I guess I have to trust you. And reluctantly everyone kind of trusts you in the Kingdom of Midgard. And they even show you their science facilities where they are currently developing Magi technology. Magi technology is essentially technology that uses magic or harnesses magic power in order to, well, craft very powerful weapons. So the thing is, we don't actually want to know anything, so we just leave. And here Archie is just still questioning, why do we fight dolls? As in, isn't it strange that dolls attacks one place but not another? And there has to be a common link between all those places. Little bit of a spoiler, the common link between all those places is that they were involved one way or another in Magi technology. So, either way, Archie just kind of also tells us here that, well, we should ask my father for more information, but she has mainly a different idea of why she wants to go to her father. Well, her father told her that her mother died, and that's why she is really angry at him at first, but as her father explains to her as to why he had to do that, well, short version is, at some point the elves decide to cut all their ties with humans as much as possible and return to the Ymir forest, and so all the elves that were of pure blood had to return, whether they wanted to or not. And that included Bart's wife, who is Archie's mother. So in order to protect Archie from the knowledge that her mother is technically still alive, but she would probably never get to visit her, Archie's mother decided to tell Bart to tell her that, well, she was dead, and that would be the easiest way to handle this. So Bart lost his wife and now has to keep up a pretty gruesome lie and the knowledge that he probably will never see her again either. So that is quite of a tale, I guess. So either way, we have other affairs that we have to attend to. And we return back to Midgard, where there is apparently some weird stuff going on in the palace courtyard as we return. In the palace courtyard, apparently, Edward D. Morrison is facing a giant demon. The demon is actually just a messenger, but, well, because he's a demon, he cannot just go without taking some blood. He decides to take a little guy hostage, and Edward uses some Time War spell to save the little guy, but unfortunately gets stabbed right through the chest. In order to take out that demon, he decides to, well, sacrifice himself. And so here's one thing to note. Edward D. Morrison, where Cress and Min come from, was said to be having had a major role in the battle against Daos. In the history books, that is. But Edward D. Morrison is no more. So, did we just change history by him dying right there? Or is he actually dead? Or is Tornix D. Morrison actually Edward, since they look very much alike? Was that a time warp spell? Who knows, it's never explained in the game. Either way, we have a meeting in the Midgard strategy room, where up there, that is Dahl's castle, and this bridge is basically the choke point. If we can push Dahl's army back to this choke point, we should be able to keep their armies back and have a good grip on what Dahl's can, well, influence. So our next mission is going to be push all of Dahl's army back to that choke point, and that is going to be where I will have to face some enemies. So, Clarf is essentially now the leader of the group and takes the place of Edward D. Morrison, and after we go downstairs and back upstairs, all of a sudden they are done with their talking. They even say that they were talking the entire night, so either that was a very short night, or we suddenly went to, what was it? Die Hard mode and destroyed our foot power and went downstairs and back upstairs, and that passed about 20 hours. I don't know. Either way, the entire kingdom of Midgard prepares for battle. Some civilians just evacuate, others supply some food and other stuff for the soldiers, and also the Dahl's forces now mobilize. So, and a little bit about that mechanic I talked about earlier, kind of like the little gnomes in Gnome's Cave. The NPCs will be walking around, and as soon as I touch them I will get into battle. Optimally I don't get into any battles at all, however that is extremely unlikely that I can just sneak past all of them without getting into a battle. So that's why I purchased the tool that allows me to run away 50% quicker. And the goal of this is just to get to the last screen, so to speak, and defeat the boss, or the general of their army, in order to push the entire army of Dahl's back. So here's an interesting thing. I I earlier mentioned you can't run away from boss battles, and the thing is, it would technically be useful to run away from this boss battle, because if you do that, you would be able to... oh, that was unfortunate. You would be able to straight up go to Dahl's castle without having to sit through another 15 minutes of cutscenes and stuff. However, the issue with that is actually pretty severe. Since you can go up to Dahl's castle, but for one, you actually miss one of the major spells that help you battle Dahl's in this version of the game. I just left the screen because there was a guy in the middle of the area that would have caught me. So you would not learn Indignation. Indignation is a ridiculously powerful spell that Archie can learn, or will learn, just plot-wise, after you manage to push back the armies of Dahl's. And he is extremely susceptible to that in this Super Nintendo version. So it is kind of difficult to defeat him in the first place. But the issue is, even if you can defeat him, later on you would have to go past Midgard Field again, as in this area here. And because it's still in battle mode, you would not be able to pass through the area. As in, you would just literally be unable to get through here into the area where you need to go, because the battle is technically still going on. So you could do stuff out of sequence, but it's just straight up not worth it, since you literally have to run away for about 2 minutes, as in 2 minutes straight, in order to be able to skip that encounter. And in the end you would have to fight it anyways. Alright. Oh. 2 more screens? Oh, 3 more screens. That was unfortunate. By the way, I opened and closed the menu in order to give myself more time in case one of the enemies were to run into me immediately as I enter the screen. So, those stationary enemies, they will actually chase me as soon as I get close to them, but if they stand far enough away, that is not going to be an issue. So this screen is pretty large and lags a little bit. Okay, that guy would have run into me. Nice, that's really lucky. Usually that screen is crowded with NPCs no matter what you do. So, that's it actually. Let's go. So I would like to keep everyone alive here, so they would gain more HP and more abilities, especially Mint would learn new spells. Here I also use Maxwell. So, quite a while ago I actually gained the ability to summon Maxwell. Maxwell is ridiculously powerful in the Super Nintendo version. Well, it does not look like right now, because the variance in his damage is actually quite extreme. He can deal up to 2000 damage per hit on this guy here. If I'm unlucky, it's 140. Wow! That's really unlucky, actually. No, Mint! Ah! Don't kill him! Oh, he's going to die here. 500... 500, alright. If you are really lucky, Maxwell can kill the dragon in 2 hits. But I was not quite that lucky, and unfortunately Mint died there. It's not that tragic, but it's quite inconvenient, let's put it that way. So, next up I need to unequip the fast casting accessory from Clarf, give him the shoes instead, and equip the fast casting accessory on Archie, because she will be, well, using spells a lot. Oh, and don't forget to save, because the upcoming portion is going to be rather awkward, to say the least. So it turns out we managed to push back the entire army of Dahl's by defeating their general, and we are rewarded for that. So the thing is, Dahl's army, well, the ground army has been pushed back, but unfortunately there are a ton of flying demons. And how can we possibly deal with all those flying demons? Well, this is where Midgard's secret weapon comes into place, the Magitech Cannon. The Magitech Cannon is, well, machinery that can take advantage of mana magic and use a powerful ray and just completely destroy them. Hopefully anyways. So let's see how that's going to work out. Oh, whoops. Oh yeah, along the way, as we try to go outside and try to face the flying enemies somehow, for some reason, Cress here gets kidnapped. So that's kind of inconvenient. And they just say, Archie, you're the only one who can fly, I hope you're ready to face a ton of enemies. And she's just kind of, yeah, I guess, okay, I will try. So basically we are defenseless against a ton of flying enemies in Midgard. And on top of that, Cress gets kidnapped here. So it turns out he gets kidnapped by a Valkyrie and who is riding a Pegasus, a flying horse. So the thing is, she was actually the voice inside Cress' head who told him that he is not worthy to carry Odin's spear and he should return it. And if he were to return it without any problems, he would also be rewarded. And Cress has an idea here. Hey, that horse can fly, right? And here is the Magitech Cannon that hopefully should take care of many of the enemies. Yep, the Magitech Cannon sure packs some punch and completely destroys most of the Owl's army. There are going to be still some stragglers left, but this is quite crazy strong. But here's the thing. Little do we know that this is actually the reason as to why mana depletes way too quick. It's not the Owls or anything, it's actually the Magi technology that depletes mana way quicker than it can replenish and is threatening to kill off the Yggdrasil, the mana tree. So that is the entire reason. So, just in time after the Magi cannon explodes, since it was way too powerful and cannot go on, we return with a Pegasus. The Pegasus allows us to fly high and also gives Archie the capability to fly higher than normal. So, with this in mind, we are the only two people that can possibly face Dao's army high up in the air, and we will be trying to, well, take them out as good as we can. So this is why I purchased Thunderblade's ability earlier in the run. That's a bit unfortunate. I actually hope that the RP would stay close. So here's the thing, while the setup for this battle is really epic, as in I really like the setup for this battle, we are the only two people that can possibly face the remaining army of Daos. The issue is the battle is extremely awkward, as in I literally have only a stab and a jump attack with Gress. No abilities. Archie can cast spells, which is quite neat. But those mage thingies that are at the bottom, you can only hit them with jump attacks. They are completely unhittable with that stab attack. And they, if you're unlucky, can cast a ton of spells, which are extremely strong. Wow, that was a crazy good fight actually. And on top of that, they absorb any spell damage and added them to their HP. So the thing is, the battle mechanics for this air battle are so awkward that you will most likely, despite having an overleveled main character, you will most likely die on your first attempt here. It's kind of ridiculous. The harpies deal a ton of damage, plus they are extremely difficult to hit, which does not help exactly. So this takes care of the harpy. So far this has been a really good air battle actually. 3 gargoyles now. And this is why Archie is now equipped with the accessory that lets her cast spells 50% faster. Alright, 2 were enough. And here we go. Now, fighting a dragon in the air. Normally he is not a terribly difficult boss, as in you will have little to no trouble in the first battle. However, that's the wrong thing. No, that's the correct thing actually. This is why we use the yellow cake. Bam, 2000 damage. So the thing is, fighting this guy on horse is so awkward that it opts me to use the most powerful consumable item in the game, or both of them, in order to take him out as soon as possible. Nice, that actually worked out really quickly. So, Yellow Cake unleashes the most powerful fire spell in the game. Oh, shoot. I accidentally used an hourglass. Well, now I have one less than I should have. I have technically one hourglass to spare. I wanted to use a flare bottle and didn't realize the menu was in the wrong place. Is it a cheesecake? I think it's yellow cake or cheesecake, one or the other. It's quite crazy strong. So yeah, that's why I have a backup hourglass, by the way. I accidentally used that there. Not clever. So, after fighting back the entire rest of Dao's army, we finally can rest fairly well in Midgard. And here is also where the royal strategist will give us the, well, information that Edward D. Morrison, who died against the demon, left behind. And that includes the ability to cast Indignation, which is a ridiculously powerful lightning spell. And Daos happens to be just really susceptible to that. So we get to rest inside Midgard, and that's where we take off in order to be able to defeat him. As in, that is our next mission. Defeat Daos right now. Go! Before we can do that, we just need to walk through the entirety of the Valkyrie Fields. And this is where actually you would get stuck if you skip that previous section. As I said, you could run away from the boss battle and go over to Dao's castle immediately. But here, this area would still be full of enemies. And it would still be... You could not actually leave to the west if you like you won't want to. So that would be really unfortunate. So, we only have a limited amount of holy bottles left, but it should still be plenty in order to get through the entirety of Dao's castle. I actually learned how to preserve some more, so I technically should be rerouting it, but rerouting it while being the only runner is actually kind of not exactly motivating. So here's the thing. The first thing I do is I go over here, grab that thing here. This is a second magic amulet that allows me, or allows Clark to cast 50% quicker. Then I leave back outside here, because there are no enemies encounters. That means I get 255 more steps to actually get into, well, until I get into a battle. In this door there would be a Firestorm spell, which is quite useful, but I'm not going to get it. Why? Well, let's put it this way. I can get it quicker, a little bit later. This rack contains a mecha halberd that is basically 11,000 gold for me. Very convenient. This room here contains a little puzzle and no encounters, so it resets my step counter. Is it left or right? That was left, alright. I always mess that up for some reason. Well, not always, as I didn't now, but you get what I mean. And I will be mostly walking through the entirety of this dungeon here. Mostly. I can run a little bit. Because this room over here, once again, is a puzzle room and has no encounters in it. So, on this tablet, Archie just kind of reads, we need to press the switches on the left and the right side at the same time. So let's do that. Let's go, Crest, that's going to be fun. And Archie is kind of a monster. Well, let's put it this way. Instead of just straight up carefully stepping onto the switches at the same time, she does... I messed up. She does this kind of dance. Which is rather annoying, since if you don't have a good timing, that's going to be bad. By the way, fun fact, in the PlayStation version, if you fail this about 20 times or so, Mint and Clark are going to be quite upset about this entire thing and decide to, well, finish the job themselves instead. Actually kind of funny. However, no such luck in this version, you have to be able to do it. So, once again, this room here, no encounters, so I can run freely. And it would reset my stat counter, however, I believe yet the holy bullet just ran out before that. So I have to use one additional here. Just smash the statue down, because we can use it to hold down the button over there. And unfortunately we don't have a second statue to hold the button down here, so what do we do? Well, what any clever party should do, we just leave one party member behind. Mint, you are now a statue that holds the button down. I need to join the server again from Discord. Oh, alright. I'll do that in a second. Just let me reach the next safe room. So, fun fact, as I said, I will be able to learn the Firestorm spell. So, once again, the developers did not quite realize that you could actually interact with something half a tile away. So, I interact with this NPC, and it's a book of spells. Archie learned the Firestorm spell. What? And I can do that again, by the way, if I want to. Let me just rejoin the Discord real quick. Okay, I'm back here. So, I actually need to enter the menu real quick here in order to re-equip the weapon, since during the air battle you automatically equip Gungnir, and you don't have Gungnir anymore, because with the contract with the Valkyrie you gave it back. And also I have a new ability that I want to use here, which is, I believe, this one. Let me check, double check real quick. I should have opened this before. The thing is, if you don't know Japanese, or can't read Japanese really, it is kind of tricky to figure out various ability names, and I usually have a cheat sheet opened right next to me, but I kind of forgot to open that, so let me do this real quick. So, alright. I need the ability that is in the fan translation called Fury Slash. I don't actually know, there it is. Yeah, I was the correct one. I don't actually know whether it is Fury Slash, but that's just what it calls it. So, that's that.
So, hi!
Welcome back. Wait, I'm welcome back. Thank you.
Welcome back.
So, first off, Archie will use the Firestorm spell. And Clark will use Maxwell here. So those guys are actually quite strong. Especially the... Oh, that was Indignation. Whoops. Especially the demon over there. Takes quite a punch. Maxwell can do up to 1600 damage per lightning bolt, which is really, really crazy strong. Boom, there it is. So the thing is, those lizardmen guys actually can drop a weapon. And that weapon can either be a longsword, which is the weakest sword in the game, or they could drop a moonphalanx. Oh, I got a sword. Let's check which one it is. If I'm lucky, I get a moonphalanx. Rune bottles, please. Here they are. Oh, I know it's a longsword because I already had some. That's unfortunate. So yeah, if I'm lucky I get the Moonphalanx, and then I would be able to completely obliterate all the remaining minion encounters here in this castle. But if I'm unlucky, I would just have to keep using spells and the Mecha Halberd. Only 4 left. Okay, I will have to do the difficult stepping here. Bye, Mint. So, in the chest that the Guardian type thingy was guarding, we actually got a mirror. And what do you do with mirrors? Well, you hold them against other mirrors, and that has some special effects. Like releasing some demons. And then you can phase through the mirror and get into new areas that you have not been in before. Here I make a little detour and fight an extra boss, or extra mini-boss. And if I'm really lucky, Maxwell can actually take out this demon in one go. But unfortunately, not quite that lucky. Whoops, I forgot to retarget the wrong guy. I will just actually change my targeting behavior real quick. So yeah, Maxwell is ridiculously powerful, as you can see. It just takes out that guy, no problem. Sword? Sword? Oh, no sword. That's unfortunate. So heal up real quick. So I need to be very careful to not take any extra steps. Because the timing for me to actually go cleverly through this area is going to be extremely tight. Archie's becoming mint once again. Did I just say mint again? Sorry about that. It's getting pretty late here. By the way, one thing I really like about this game is the menus in battle are extremely quick. As in, that is extremely satisfying to just menuing. There. Oh, well. That's an issue. Uh-oh. Alright. I was a bit closer than I would like it to be. Okay, we got one more sword. Okay, unfortunately this is another longsword. Up, down, left, right, down, up. And now, outside of this room, I have -5 steps until the next room. I gained 1 right now. Every time I bump into a corner, I gain an additional step. So I have to do this at least 5 times while making no mistakes, otherwise I will get into encounter before the next save first. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, we made it. It is 260 steps, I believe, until that room. And unfortunately, my holy bottle just ran out. I'm not sure the holy bottle ran out, so I'm going to go back right there and save real quick. I hope it did run out just before. Normally it's supposed to last until that room there, but I may have made a mistake somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where. So it's fine. I got I should have enough to go through the rest of the dungeon here. But essentially that was another mistake. So, Mint, you can stop pretending to be a statue. I believe Archie is better in pretending to be a statue. So, no, the reason why I exchanged Mint there is because the game is once again kind of clever. You know, Archie can fly. Now that we actually received a key earlier that allows us to open this door, we can call down to Archie. Hey Archie, you can just hop on your broom and fly up here. No problem. And so we are united as the entire party of 4 again. How convenient. Alright, we actually have 1 holy bottle left over, I just realized. So that's fine. So Mint is only level 7 still. Normally she should have better healing abilities, but not right now. So this is going to be a bit trickier than I would like it to be. Further, let me check real quick. How many rune bottles do I have? 4. Alright, let me do something real quick. Just to make sure I'm going to survive this encounter, I should be able to... There they are, alright. Miracle gummies. No, it's fine, I don't have to do. Just checking. So replenishing Archie's TP to full. Saving real quick, and then we go. So this room requires 4 people in order to open the door, facing in different directions, otherwise you could not actually open this door. And then we have 1 more mini-boss encounter. So real quick about the Daos encounter. Daos, story-wise, he can actually not be hurt at all by physical attacks. He can only be ever hurt by spells. But in truth, it's just that anytime you hit him physically, he will just immediately recover the damage you do to him. As in, as soon as he gets to take any action, he will immediately heal for as much physical damage as he was dealt total. Except once he is below 50% HP, you will be able to start dealing physical damage to him that he does only heal up for 50%. Once he's below 25% HP, he will only heal up at maximum of... what's the word? Well, he actually will not heal up anymore at all. So you have to use spells, normally anyways, initially to heal up all the way. To defeat him in the first place. What you could technically do, let me just equip something that makes Crest really tanky, hopefully anyways. Heal him up to full. Then I'm going to have him a bit further ahead, everyone far back. Okay, I believe that is it. I'm going to go back to save real quick, because now it's going to be the Daos encounter.
So there was a question in the chat about the marathon, just to notify that all the runs of the marathon are new game. Or any percent if you prefer to call them like that, but they are all new game. There is no new game plus, there is no co-op, it's Zilla, it's a race, but they are all new game only.
Alright, thank you for that, Baffan. So real quick, Daos cast just kind of a surprise that you are facing him right now, because his first reaction to you is, I have no business with you, why are you attacking me? And this is where we just spam indignation. I will need to use indignation 10 to 11 times in order to defeat him. And I do not want to kill those little mini guys before him. As in, I deliberately avoid killing them. Because if Daos gets close to your character, he will start using his spells and really powerful devastating melee abilities. And you definitely want to avoid that from happening. So what I do is I deliberately keep those little two minions alive in between me or party and dolls. So if you do not do this, it would be a lot more difficult. Just for safety, I'm going to throw in one wax melt spell cast. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage. I mean, it's decent. But usually I would just rely on indignation until he's done. That is the safest way you can fight this guy. And I will just have to heal up with those abilities. So yeah, at some point I technically could go forward and start attacking him, but that's not exactly worth the risk, to say the least. Replenish Archie's TP. Maxwell does about half the damage that the other abilities does. So that would be my last apple gel, so I don't actually want to use that if I can avoid it. But I will have to use something else instead. I'm going to use a miracle gummy, a mixed gummy actually, that will allow me to attack him more easily. Replenish my HP. There we go, alright. Fun fact, you can still die to that guy. Technically speaking. It's kind of weird fighting that guy after you've already defeated dolls. I wonder whether you can actually run away. Let me try that real quick. No, let's not do that. So I could run away, but it's the boss battle run away. Oh, please. That was quite story of an enemy. So we managed to defeat Daos, however we did not actually kill him. In the last second he teleported away, and where he actually teleported to is the future. Apparently Daos in this game has the ability to teleport into the future, which is kind of strange. So yeah, sorry, Mentry did not survive that. So either way, we managed to do best Daos, and well, we kind of defeat him, but not really, I guess. So Runeglom decides to pay Edward de Morson's house a visit. He pays his condolences to, well, the widow now. And we would like to visit his archives, where he was actually researching time travel. Because we kind of know where Daos will be surfacing again. That is, well, if you remember, at the beginning of the game he kind of got released from his prison in the present time where Cress and Mint are from. So we would like to time travel back there somehow in order to be able to defeat him. And that is going to be our next goal. However, we also realized that since the Tree of Mana, Yggdrasil, is still completely destroyed at the timeline where Mint and Cress are from, we realized we would not be able to use magic, so we could actually not face Daos at all, interestingly enough, since he would be completely invulnerable to all physical attacks. At least that says the theory. So before we actually travel into the future, we want to go over and somehow help the Mana Tree. So along our travels we would eventually meet someone who tells us about unicorns. Unicorns are mythical creatures that have tremendous healing power. That is the short version. And according to the myths, they also only mute pure maidens. Female maidens, obviously. Hang on. You get what I mean, that was a bit redundant. Either way, What I'm going to be doing here is restock on items real quick, since I used a ton of supplies in the battle. And then we are going to be resting in the inn real quick. So, the thing is, eventually Mint would have a dream. If you were to have that dream in Albanista, that works by the way, there's cutscene still placed there. You would have another little cutscene on the boat, traveling from Albanista over to the desert. So we kind of avoid that cutscene by sleeping here instead. And this is also quicker than sleeping in Midgard, which technically would also work. So, further up, this is Little Mint and her mother Meryl. Her mother actually has very nice earrings, and of the shape of unicorns. If you remember, those are the earrings that Cress somehow got mysteriously through the prison wall and managed to bust open the wall and freed him and Mint. So, Mint's mother here tells Mint that, well, she's not allowed to have the earrings, but hey, here you can have the cap. But this reminds Mint that about the myth of the unicorn, and maybe unicorn would have enough healing power in order to be able to stabilize and heal the mana tree. So our next mission is to find a unicorn. And once again, if you think this is kind of reminiscent of Tales of Symphonia, this is because, in theory, or well, according to canon, Tales of Symphonia plays approximately 1000 to 2000 years before Tales of Phantasia. So there we go. And this is also where Mint kind of explains about the unicorn, and Archie is kind of wondering, hey guys, why are you already awake? Let's go, we don't have any time to waste. So our next station is going to be the Unicorn Forest. Once again, I would like to reiterate, the unicorn supposedly only is going to meet pure maidens. You know what that means, right? So only Archie and Mint can meet it. Probably. I'll leave it at that. For now. So we just go past Midgard into the Valkyrie Plains, and this is, by the way, where you would get stuck if you skip the dragon encounter earlier. You would not be able to go through the Valkyrie Plains here to get to the unicorn. So that's kind of unfortunate. Oh, that's too early. Fortunately, there are no random encounters here. That would be quite tedious. Just need to find your way through the fields. And eventually we will arrive on the overworld map again and get to this place. So, as Mint explains, hey Archie, let's go. Only we two can meet the unicorn, right? At least according to the myth and legend. Archie kind of has some trouble with that, but decides to go with Mint anyways, after all. So, as we get close to the unicorn, all of a sudden Archie kind of exclaims, well, I'm going to look for the unicorn over there, bye, see ya, Mint. Because, well, I guess Archie kind of realizes that as long as she is with Mint, she would not be able to meet the unicorn. One way or another. So either way, Mint meets the unicorn and then explains to the unicorn as to why she is looking for it. The unicorn entirely listens to her story, and, well, it is quite the commitment for the unicorn to give that much healing power so she could actually resurrect the entirety of the mana tree. So it is a bit reluctant to do so, but all of a sudden, Clarf senses demons. And that is one thing I really like about this game, by the way. Clarf, he is a human, but he still has so much connection to the spiritual world that he can summon spirits and actually sense demons. And, well, all of a sudden, the demons are going to be attacking Mint right here, and Clarf and Cress are going to be hurrying over to Mint. So one thing, you could skip getting Archie here, but because I did not get the Moonfalux, I will actually get Archie right here. You kind of ask Archie, Archie, what are you doing here? Mint is in trouble, why are you not with her? And she kind of says, well, I'm... No time to explain, let's go. So, either way, here's the Firestorm, really useful again. And actually I'm going to put Mint behind Clark here. So she would not get destroyed too much. Because I actually really want Mint to have some levels. Also, Mint should be able to use her abilities again. So I'm just casting Max Spell and Firestorm repeatedly, manually, since you cannot really rely on your NPCs or AI partners to cast as quickly as you would like to, so it's just straight up quicker to menu real quick to tell them to cast their spells. And unfortunately there is no quick casting command in the SNES version. They implemented that in the remake for the PlayStation version. And Mint gained a few levels here. And we gain 3 more rune bottles. Alright. The unicorn demons have been slain, and, well, unfortunately the unicorn was actually protecting Mint until the guys arrived, and is now, well, pretty wounded. But at the same time the unicorn exclaims that it listened to Mint's story, and the unicorn thinks she has pure intentions and transforms into what is called a unicorn horn. Well, it's probably a pretty much larger rod or something like that, since that's way too large for a horn. And, well, now she has enough power, hopefully, to resurrect the mana tree, or, well, heal it. Not resurrect it. Mint power! So, and here is a really interesting little tidbit. Also, they kind of laugh at Archie as to, well, why she was not with Mint. You can imagine how that looks like. So here's a really interesting tidbit. Listen. She just casted heal. Normally in this game, if you are at this point in the game, Mint would already have learned the Nurse spell. Nurse is a party heal that heals everyone, and she would cast Nurse instead of heal. By the way, that heal spell is really powerful. But because she is so low level, she has not learned Nurse yet. And, well, she cast heal instead. That is a really nice detail they put into this cutscene. I don't know whether she would cast first aid if she didn't have heal yet. That would actually be quite interesting. And, well, Mint put all her power and the unicorn's power into this healing spell, and look at this, she succeeded. Yggdrasil has been saved, and should be able to live through the next 100 years, so they can actually cast spells in the present time. And well, as we go out here, we can finally move to the next place. So, in Edward's archive we read about something like... Oh yeah, of course, Martel kind of thanks Mint for healing the tree, which was quite the achievement to say the least. So, and here is an interesting thing. In Edward's archives we learned about an ancient civilization called Thor. In the city of Thor, apparently they had technology to travel through time. So what we would like to do is somehow travel through time, one way or another. So our next best bet is to visit the ancient city of Thor. That should allow us to, well, travel through time, maybe, if we can use their technology one way or another. The unfortunate portion is the city of Thor is, well, rumored to be sunken way below the surface, as in below the ocean. But since we have a summoner in our party named Clark that can summon Undine, this shouldn't be less of an issue. So we head over to Venezia, which will take us on a boat ride over to... well, the place where Thor is located, let's put it that way. And this is also the last we see of the past, since we are going to be traveling the future, into the present time. Spoilers. And here the captain does not quite understand. You want to go where? Sure, I can do that. And he just brings you there. Clark's Undine, and we are going to dive down to the city of Thor. So, it turns out the city of Thor actually has a protective bubble around it that prevents it from being crushed completely, and there is actually breathable air down there, which is kind of interesting. So they were so far advanced, they had a lot of technology that you would, I guess, kind of expect if you know Tales games. Let's put it that way. And, well, they're gone. Let's head home, guys. That's just kind of what the captain says there. And here is where I really love the atmosphere of the game. The music, the environment, it just fits so perfectly. So, the city of Thor you could explore a little bit, but there is not too much to explore or gain, so we just straight up go where we need to go. Here we find a weird card with a picture of someone on it, and that card turns out to be an ID card. We just put it into this slot right there, and all of a sudden a voice. Access granted. Of course, they have never actually heard a robotic voice, so they are kind of curious as to where that voice comes from. A spirit? Something like that? Who knows? Also, here I'm going to be... Ooh, don't reset yet. Save and reset. And that will allow me to manipulate RNG. So in this next section, the PlayStation version unfortunately does not have that kind of RNG manipulation to my knowledge. What I can do is predict where there's going to be the key. So there are chests down here. Empty. Key. And I know which chest contains keys and which, well, do not. I accidentally got into an encounter here, that's a bit unfortunate. And I also know which door leads to where I need to go. This is randomized every single time. There are 8 doors and 3 doors work, 2 doors lead to not this room and 1 door leads to this room. So it's a huge RNG factor in the PlayStation version, but not so much for us. So I put Crest a little bit further ahead. And then we are going to be facing some defensive security robots, which are monstrous. I hate those guys. So let's put it this way. Those robots here are really susceptible to lightning. The issue is really that those cannons just repeatedly cast their abilities way too quickly. Okay, thankfully Archie managed to get her indignation spell cast off, which takes care of the little robots flying up top. So the thing is, those rockets, they have basically no cooldown in between as how quick they can use those. And so essentially, I have to hope that they don't spam them too quickly and interrupt Archie's spellcast too quickly. Otherwise she will never be able to cast Indignation, and they also deal a bunch of damage, which can be really dangerous. Fortunately, they were not too much of a problem right now, so that went pretty nice. I'm not going to complain about that. So usually if I have a spare hourglass, this is where I would use it. Thankfully I did not have to use it here. So it worked out fine. Thank you very much for your work, Archie. And we destroy all the robots. No problem. Let's go. The robots also accidentally happen to carry something with them, a diamond ring. And this turns out to be one of 3 legendary artifacts that we will be needing later. So, in the main room here, however, we also find the main computer. The main computer is, well, kind of introduces itself. I am computer whatever this way, and it kind of asks you, what would you like to do? I would like to heal my party. Thank you very much. And we get healed. Pretty awesome. And then I would also like to time travel. The computer tells us that, well, we don't have enough power to travel through time. We need to resurface the entire city of Thor. Would you like to initiate... Wait, we need to find the mayor to permission. Mayor is confirmed to be dead. Need to assign a new mayor. Okay, assigning new mayor. You are now the mayor. Would you like to confirm raising the island? That is kind of how the conversation works, and well, since we would like to travel through time, we raise up the continent right there. So, and well, now we are ready to travel through time and face Daos in the previous incarnation where we met him as he just got released from the sarcophagus. That is the next station where we know he is at, and so we should be able to face him right there. However, one thing I need to do here is real quick. Where are those? I need to transform an hourglass into a chronoglass again. I'm just going to transform all of those. They're going to be here on the bottom right row, okay. And now I need to get a little bit lucky in the next encounter. But either way, we get time traveled forward. Let me explain what is going to be happening. Whoopsie. Don't press B. What is going to be happening the next encounter? I need Daos to jump back once. He has a very high chance of doing so, but if he decides to attack me first, I'm in a huge amount of trouble. I need him to jump backwards once. If he does that, I win. So the thing about Daos number 2 is, Daos number 1 had 46,000 HP, Daos number 2 has only 16,000. And he does not heal physical attacks. But even if he healed physical attacks, he would not get the opportunity to do so because I am going to stop time. Hopefully. So the idea is that I want to push him back into a corner and use the most powerful ability there is, Gale Shield, in order to just completely obliterate him during the time stop. So what I need to do is hope he jumps back once, otherwise I will not be able to push him quite quick enough into the corner and I would be lacking damage. So back into the future, or well, like back into the present, that's more accurate, where Daos is just about to unleash his spell on Tornix and Chester, who is quote-unquote still lying there. For them it's only been about 5 or 10 seconds. For us it's been a long travel until we managed to face Daos again. So, we encounter Daos and fight him for the second time. Jump, 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 no, jump, you monster. That is going to be really bad right now. He decides to not jump. He needs to jump once again now. Oh, that's bad. I think Crest should survive it. No, he didn't. So I might as well reset now, by the way. Yeah, he's going to kill everyone. So yeah. That's how quick that can go. But yeah, it's a relatively short journey, but it's still about a minute or 2 time lost. RIP history. Something like that. So the thing is, by now we learned that Daos can actually travel through time, but only into the future. So how do we make sure he doesn't escape this time? Actually, we don't know that yet, technically speaking. I know that, and I explained it to you, now you know that. Took him 2 seconds to get rid of us. Yeah, pretty much. So there are 2 reasons as to why I employ this strategy. I could employ a way slower and a way quicker strategy, way safer strategy, but on one hand, it is way slower, and it is a pretty high chance of him jumping back, something like 70 to 80%. Obviously, once in a while, he will still just straight up attack. But I use that tactic for 2 reasons. For 1, it's faster, and for 2, I want to deal all the damage with physical attacks. That is pretty important to me. As in, it will only become apparent once we fight Daos for the 3rd time. Spoilers, we're going to fight him once more. This run is not quite over yet. And if you remember, in his first incarnation, he would heal all physical damage. But in this incarnation, he's not going to heal his physical damage at all. Okay, now I got him. So, with the first Gale Shield, I push him into the corner. With the second, I will deal a ton of damage. And also lock him into place. Now I use the second Hourglass. And with this, I will finish him off. As I said, he only has 16,000 HP. And the game still keeps track of a variable, how much physical damage you dealt, since last time he healed up. And that variable is not going to be reset. So it is extremely important now that I do not reset the console. So we defeat Daos, and this is going to be an auto-scrolling cutscene. So I will take the liberty real quick and take a bathroom break because I don't have to mash through buttons. Be right back. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them right now.
Hello everyone, this is Baffan. I hope you are spending a good time on this Tales of Phantasia run. So as you can see right now, this bathroom break is sponsored by the end of the world, which is a good thing. And oh, Yaga seems to come back. Nope, no questions. Once again, you're doing very good commentary, and people always say that, and that's mostly why there are no real questions. But yeah, if chat has questions, of course, feel free to ask them.
Indeed. So, to point on the story real quick, after we finally managed to defeat Daos, our party kind of thinks, well, it's over now finally, isn't it? So that also kind of means it's time for a goodbye. Since Archie still has her father that she needs to return to, and Clark has his wife that he would like to visit again. Archie will, well, technically they would meet on 100 years again, but this is going to be the last time they would meet Clark, since, well, he's not going to live as long as a half-elf. So Mint is kind of upset about that, naturally. Everyone is technically upset about that, except Chester, who has no idea who those 2 guys are. So, it looks like we defeated Daos, however, in the end it turns out that's not quite the case, as Archie and Clark are heading off towards Thor's Abyss to teleport back to their own time. Suddenly, meteor strike from the heavens. So it turns out Dals was not actually dead. In the story they kind of say that Dals sends meteors back to the past from the future, and he managed to teleport to the future once again. So he kind of escaped, even though we saw him getting crushed by some stones and the lava was kind of close as well. Well, he tricked us again. So, and all of a sudden, another light of time travel appears. And it turns out there is another time traveler right there. This is Hans. Just a very generic name. His name is Hans, and he was sent from the future, about 50 years into the future, back to the past to gather the party, the only party known in history to be able to oppose Dals and fight him. And he, well, is supposed to bring them back with him, since this is the only place where we kind of know he's going to be at. This time we need to make sure he's not going to jump time again, so we will need to come up with a better plan. So, well, very short time in the present, we go immediately 50 years into the future, where we will visit Cress' hometown for a third time in a different time span, or time place, I guess. So, this was basically, for most casual runs, the halfway point. It's not going to be quite as long anymore until we beat the game in a speedrun, at least not hopefully. But soon the world would open up quite a bit for you to do some stuff. You time travel forward into the future and land in the village that is now called Miguel. Miguel is the name of Cress' father, by the way. So they kind of honor him and rebuild the village one way or another. Also, right now, since we now have Chester in a party again, we actually have 5 party members. However, in battle you still can only have 4 active party members, so you will have to exchange party members if you wanted to actually use Chester. So that might happen once in a while. But just for reference, Chester is still something like level 5. So he is not too high level and would die really quickly. But that doesn't really matter. Either way, our first station is getting into the weapon shop here and finally buy a new weapon. We have not done that in a long time, since, well, we just kind of didn't have to, since the Mecha Halberd is the best weapon you can buy. So with that new weapon in tow, you just go over here with the best overworld music, which you unfortunately will not get to hear for too long. So it turns out in the future here, Dals actually destroyed Midgard. As in the city you were defending earlier, he managed to finally get rid of and destroy. So both Midgard and the city that used to be here are now completely obliterated, and that means no market technology anymore. Or something like that, maybe, who knows. So our next station is going to Albanista. Albanista through Venezia. Venezia is just a step on the way, but unfortunately the captain here declares that he would like to not travel anywhere by boat, because that's extremely dangerous right now with Dal's armies roaming around all the time. So instead, Hans here takes us to a secret laboratory that happens to be, well, in Cress' uncle's house, or, well, old house, I guess. And in the basement here, they are creating machines that are called Rayards. They are not quite done yet, and also they are not meant to fly too far, as in Hans' idea was that we would be able to fly all the way from here to Albanista, but they don't have enough power to do so. So what do? We need to power them a bit more. If someone could somehow form a pact with the summon spirit Volt, but that ancient technology of being able to form pacts with summon spirits is long since forgotten. Fortunately, we happen to have Clarf in our party, and, well, conveniently enough, the other guy now has the ring already for the summon spirit pact, so we use that here. So, now it's going to be a fair bit of menuing, actually. What I will need to do is identify a few items in order to sell them, so I can get a fair bit more money. And on the other hand, I will want to create some items that will allow me to increase my main character's stats by a tremendous amount. So, if you have any questions or comments or something like now, or something you would like to announce about future runs, Baffan, feel free to go ahead now. This is going to take a little bit, because the menus in Japanese are not exactly easy to navigate, in my opinion. So.
Well, hello, I'm Baffan. Ask me anything. I don't know, what do you want me to talk? Like the lore, what is going to happen? Trying to get some questions from the chat?
What is going to happen in the marathon, maybe? I think that should be interesting.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's a good idea. So, right now we are playing Tales of Phantasia, as you can see. Right after we have Tales of Eternia by Bertin, playing on the PlayStation version. Then next we will have Tales of Vesperia on the Japanese PlayStation 3 by Eclipse. Then we will have the Tales of Symphonia by J-Mota16 on the US version of the GameCube. Later we will have Grace's F by Shineyo on the Japanese version of the PlayStation 3. And this will be mostly the Saturday. The Sunday we will have, well, of course I'm telling Saturday, Sunday depending on my relation, which is Europe, but obviously for US it will be earlier. Then for the Sunday we will have Exilia 1, which will be a race between Freddy, Eclipse, Wandering Mind, and maybe PX. He still doesn't really know. So they are all using the US version except actually PX that will use the JP version. After that we will have Exilia 2 by Itoshira on the PlayStation 3. It's mentioned European, but it doesn't make much difference, it's just that he is European. Then we will have Bertin again with Tales of Destiny on the PlayStation. Then we will have Tales of the Abyss by Dabblers on the PlayStation 2. And finally, the final game is obviously Tales of Vesperia by Fell Visage, playing actually on the PlayStation 4. And then some credits, where we will all talk, have a summary, make a party, and things like that.
Thank you very much. So I'm pretty much done with the menu here. What I did essentially, as you can see, Crest now has almost 8000 HP. And I just used a trick that I increased his maximum HP by 30% by equipping an accessory. And I switched screens after that in order for the game to realize that he now has a new maximum HP. Then I use a item on him that increases his maximum HP by 30% that I just happened to well, pick up right before that. Oops, I didn't mean to enter that. So, and then I use a total of 10% maximum HP increases, and every time I used one, I switch screens afterwards in order to be able to make the game realize that there is a new maximum HP right there available. So, now we are going into Walt's Cave real quick. I will be entering this room here and go outside again in order to refresh my Holy Bottle step count. That was the wrong way. Step counter. And that is going to be a pretty big theme in this dungeon. Once again, if someone may have joined recently, what I'm doing here is whenever I go into the menu, I use a Holy Bottle. Holy Bottles increase my step counter to 255. And the aura effect of the Holy Bottle lasts for 500 steps. What is supposed to happen with the Holy Bottle effects is that you get 255 steps until your next encounter, because the game just continuously counts down. Oops. And then you would get another 255 steps because the Holy Bottle aura effect is still active. But whenever I activate some switches or, well, in this case, activate those Tesla coils, like those, and then I use a Holy Bottle just before I activate those Tesla coils. Activating those Tesla coils increases my step counter by 1 for some weird reason, as in, don't ask me why, that's just how it works. And 255 plus 1 is an overflow for the Super Nintendo's memory, as in it cannot have a higher number than 255, so it rolls over to 0. And 0 steps until the next encounter would normally mean you get into a random encounter, but since we did not get into a random encounter so far, that basically means I will not get into any more random encounter in this entire screen anymore, which is extremely handy to preserve some Holy Bottles and also extend the lifespan of various other Holy Bottles. Which is to, as long as I don't make a mistake, I should never get into any more random encounters. So, and Volt here, we don't actually understand him, as in you literally don't know what he's saying. But for Volt, my job here is to defeat him. What I'm doing right here is I cast one Indignation, which is lightning element, which he obviously is lightning element himself, and he is completely immune to that. But the idea for that was mostly to just get rid of his minions. And now I'm just repeatedly using the Fury attack, and if I'm lucky, Mint is able to use her Pico Hammer to stun Volt, which will avoid him using his, well, shield or block ability to block my attacks right there. And this is the entire fight. He can actually still kill my remaining party members if he decides to do so, but this time he was really nice to me, so that's pretty awesome. We still don't really understand what Volt is saying, but I guess Clarf is able to form a summon pact after we prove ourselves worthy again. Mint is still alive. And actually, Mint will have a major role in staying alive very soon, after the next dungeon that is. So, here's a little bit of a cutscene. So, in this game, it is not exactly as much emphasis on, but Chester is being picked on by Archie since he is kind of weak in comparison to everyone else, obviously, since he only just recently joined at level 5. At the same time, he is kind of being mean to Archie and just tells her as she picks up the chests down there, well, Archie, make sure you don't ransack those items for yourself, okay? And she doesn't take that too well, let's put it that way. So the two have a bit of a, well, struggle with each other, let's put it that way.
Also, if I remember, at this place just after Vault, there were like an emerald ring for reducing your TP consumption. Is that it?
Yes. You actually gained one of those already before that.
If I remember, on GBA, there were like 8 of those. Is there a reason why?
I have no idea. But it seems kind of convenient. But yeah, one of those I'm going to be using for Clarf later on, but right now he will have different stuff to equip. But yeah, those rings that reduce item TP consumption by 1/3, or if you use a rune bottle on them by half, are quite neat, especially in Castle playthrough. So, with Volt's powerful ability, we will be able to power up the Ray Arts, those flying machines, a bit more, and this will allow them to fly way further than they originally were intended to fly. And so we can actually, well, fly over to Alvanista, and also now freely explore the world map if you would like to do so. Also, Archie's broom, of course, needs to be powered up as well. I imagine those ray yards are a lot nicer to sit on though. But that's besides the point. So, it happened to work, and conveniently enough, the scientist down here also has a method of storing and stowing away those ray yards in a very compact format. And so he gives us that jetpack where we will be able to carry them with us wherever we please. So we don't have to worry about returning to the ray yards whenever we leave them. Did I just... oh. He asks us whether he should explain the thing again. No, thank you. I accidentally picked the wrong option. So thank you very much, and now we go and head over to Alvanesta, where we originally wanted to go before we were, well, unable to go there. In Alvanesta, I'm going to be picking up a new weapon. That is the pole arm. Pole arm is the most powerful neutral weapon, as a neutral element weapon that you can buy in this game. So that is going to be quite useful, because bosses that are going to be coming up take less damage from any element except from neutral. So you want to have a pole arm equipped for that matter. So initially those guards just kind of don't believe that we are the ones that defeated Daos in the past, and they heard rumors about. And of course we kind of still look like kids, I guess. Are we screwed? Well, nobody. Either way, it turns out Runegloam is still around. Him being a half-elf increases his lifespan by quite a tremendous amount, and of course he can confirm that we are the ones that defeated Daos in the past twice. So he introduces us to the king, which also will kind of tell us what they have planned so far. So their idea is that they now recognize that Daos can teleport into the future whenever he wants to, but you need to lock him down somehow. So there used to be an ancient weapon called the Eternal Sword that they split up into 3 factions. The city of Thor had a diamond ring, the city of Fenrir had a Vorpal sword, and the city of Thor had the Flambach sword. Those 3 items combined would form the Eternal Sword, and they already did all the research on it, and they kind of tell us that over here, somewhere, there should be the Vorpal sword that we need. Because this is the old ground for the city of Fenrir. So next up I need to real quick find the... not that one. Forgot to use those. Those increase strength by 2. There. I use a miracle perfume which reduces the cost by 50%. Oh. Oh, no. Did I just... oh no, I can still do that. I accidentally left the menu full. So I still need to sell a bunch of stuff in order to be able to purchase anything I need, including the shield ring here, which is worth 150,000 gold, which is quite a lot of money. Very handy. So with that, I'm able to buy a laser sword, yes, a lightsaber, and a few more items that are going to increase my defense to pretty nice levels. I'm also going to buy something for the other characters. Normally I would not actually do that, because it's just straight up not necessary, but this is a marathon run, so I might as well. So equipping everyone with the newest weapon, except for him, I need to give him the poleaxe, and then I equip him with the survivability items. Clarf, I'm going to equip with the... you're not Clarf, please. Clarf I equipped with the Aquamarine ring, which absorbs ice damage. And the quick casting amulet. That is it for now. Mint now learned the nurse spell, which is going to heal up the entire party, which is extremely convenient. And I believe that's... oh, hang on. I need to equip the new ability here, the Phoenix. I believe that's the Phoenix. Yes, it is. For various reasons. Oh. Before I forget it, wow, menus please. I'm going to disable all automatic casting spells for Archie, and then I tell Archie that she's allowed to cast abilities on her own volition if she wants to. So, she now is only allowed to cast Fireball. Fireball does not cause the screen to freeze, and does very little damage, but the reason why I want to use Fireball is because the next boss, I need to keep him far away, and Fireballs ever so slightly push the boss back a little bit, so that helps a little. So, this is the Church of Fenrir, and this is going to be where we start our research. We hear a voice: "If you want to come in and lose your life, the door is open." So Archie and Mint open the door. Well, I guess they kind of opened it. And they, well, open up the passage into the Church of Fenrir, where there is presumably a cave located below it, which leads to the ancient city, and also the Vorpal sword that we need in order to construct the Eternal Blade. By the way, I'm not normally a fan of church music, but this one is quite neat. But even better than that is this music in here. This is my favorite music of the entire game, in this dungeon. Enjoy. Saving real quick. You need to unfreeze this switch before you hit it, so I'm going to use a holy bottle right here, overthrow the step counter by unfreezing it, then pressing it. Then we go forward to the right. So while this is my favorite music, this is actually also kind of a scary place to run through. We are now in the future, and the enemies start to get really dangerous, as in, if I get into a random encounter, I'm in deep trouble. So I have to absolutely make sure to not mess up with my holy bottle route. Once again, the statue we need to unfreeze before we can move it, and then we put it in front of this tunnel that apparently leaks wind, which would usually blow out this torch as soon as we light it, but because the statue is now there, it doesn't happen.
Also, did we mention that, like all the Tales of, there is a lot of references with Norse mythology, like Gungnir, Fenrir, etc. And I believe like Phantasia is the one with the most of those references.
Yes, indeed. There's a ton of references. So this switch removes the pool of water to the right. You might hear it on your right ear, because that's where it comes from. It's kind of annoying, just being only on the right ear. Did I miss something? Oh, that's why. Hang on a sec. I was just completely unsure all of a sudden as to why I could walk that far without using a holy bottle. But it makes sense now. Step on the switch and all the water is now going to be ice water, which we can walk over. By the way, in the PlayStation version there is an environmental hazard in these areas where you just periodically take damage, and that damage is percentage based, I believe, and lethal. If you take too much damage, you die. Which is thankfully not a thing in the Super Nintendo version here, because you don't actually get access to the rings that prevent that hazard anytime soon. And in fact, I'm not even going to use them. So I believe I have everything set up the way we need it to be. I'm just going to put everyone in the far back, because that's kind of required for this encounter. Save, and then we encounter the Fangwolf. I just usually call him Fenrir because that would make sense. Fangwolf is a ridiculously crazy encounter. You do not want to get into melee combat with this guy. Seriously, just don't. The thing about this guy here is I want to keep him as far away as possible. He takes a lot of damage from Maxwell, as in 700 on average, or well, pretty often 700 damage swings. But the thing is, his melee attacks are ridiculously quick, and they would even kill Chris with having 8000 HP in a matter of seconds. Further, his abilities, if he were to ever use those and cast them, are really, really powerful as well and can hit you multiple times at the same time. The reason why I equipped Clarf with the Aquamarine Ring is that now allows him to absorb all ice damage, and in case he decides to cast his abilities anyways, Clark would just kind of absorb the damage and heal for 9,999 instead of taking damage. It's quite neat. But yeah, you can see Maxwell just completely destroys him, and that's an issue. This is the worst case scenario. If I get hit, interrupted, my entire party decides to try and walk up to him. Thankfully, I managed to walk away from the Fang Wolf without too much trouble, and he's already defeated. Nice. That was a pretty decent fight, with only a minor issue right there. So, Fang Wolf deems us worthy for a Vorpal Blade, and well, he is the Vorpal Blade. The Vorpal Blade now changes into our hands. And as Cress touches the weapon, he learns a new ability, which is actually quite neat. As in the ability, I mean. Fang Wolf in our head then also exclaims, "Ha, even though you're just young, you do seem to be worthy. Go ahead." So, now we get outside. I don't have enough holy bottles to run, so I need to walk. Once again, if I run in the dungeon, I deplete my step counter twice as quick. So I would get into an encounter twice as often. So I can only walk in this scenario here. Until here, where I have approximately 5 steps left until I would get into an encounter. So I just use another holy bottle for 255 more steps. And enjoy the music for a while. I overflowed the step counter there, so I have now 0 steps until next encounter, which resets to 255 here. Which is why I can do that like that. The boss didn't even get an attack off. That is correct, but you would not want to see me get an attack off because that is almost certain doom. That's why I want to keep him away at all cost. The tool-assisted speedrun just uses the Fury Slash ability and destroys the boss, but this is unreasonable to do in a real-time setting. Apparently I did not use that many supplies. Oh well, that's fine. So, and we are off to the next place. Followed after my favorite dungeon is my least favorite dungeon. Thor's Tower. As the main name may imply, this is the third one of the ancient civilizations. And it is monstrous. So in this tower, there is an environmental hazard going on. Every time you see a tick, everyone loses 1/8 of their life. As in, that's percentage based. So, since Cress has too much HP, I'm not going to heal him up. I'm only going to heal up Mint. This is the most efficient thing I can do. So what I'm doing here is, well, Mint is now literally carrying everyone too, through the dungeon 3. Or, might as well heal. This dungeon is extremely stressful, by the way. Because you don't only have to consider the Holy Bottle step route, but you are also in a time limit, because you cannot take too many ticks of that damage before you need to heal. So you want to get out of it as quick as possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to heal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. Now I'm going to revive everyone. And now that Mint learned Nurse, she can heal up everyone rather easily. But that would be way too expensive to heal up initially if I were to keep everyone alive through Nurse. So it's more efficient to do it this way around. Although, I think in the future I will probably just opt to keep everyone alive in the first place. So need to reset the party formation a little bit. Because there are going to be a bunch of mini boss encounters here. Crest needs to equip... that's fine actually. But he needs to use a new ability that I learned. And also this one, I believe this is this here. Okay, this is Beast. So there are 4 guardians that guard the door to open up the passageway. So I use Beast to push the druid there back. That is literally all it's supposed to do. And then, I don't want actually to kill the druid initially. I just want to push the druid back. The druid is the spellcaster in the front that has very little life. She dies in 1 hit. But as long as that carry, as in those red-haired ladies are called carries, as long as that carry is not in my way, she will is not close to me, she will actually not attack me and interrupt my attacks. Which is exactly what I want to happen there. So I open up the fight always the same way. Use that ability. I could actually use Undine instead, that would make more sense. So you get to see Undine. This is Undine, and I just literally only want to interrupt the enemies here. I don't care much about his damage that he does there. Thankfully, those mages, by the way, they can use the most powerful fire spell, Nuke. Oh, Archie died. Too bad. Sorry, Archie.
So this is a legit question. How are you doing so much damage right now?
How am I doing so much damage? Actually, it's not... It's just a combination of using the correct weapon at the correct environment. The weapon I have is Ice Element, and it allows me to deal, well, a ton of damage against fire enemies. And the ability I use, Fury Slash, usually the downside is supposed to be that it has a really long wind-up time. But because the way I use it, I just push her backwards, it's not going to be as much of a downside. Also, let's just use, I believe this is Luna. Oh, no, that was Ifrit, that's bad. That's really bad. So as you can see, most of the enemies get healed. Sorry, Mint. Once again, I kind of want to have the druid alive, because she is not usually attacking me. Usually. But she can attack actually really quickly and fast and do a ton of damage. But that doesn't usually happen. I just kind of hope it doesn't, let's put it that way. I already did that, alright. So last encounter here. Let's see whether I can get Luna for you guys, because... Let's put it this way, Luna, story-wise, really does not like fighting. I believe this is Luna. Luna really doesn't like fighting, but the interesting watch her face. She's so happy, laser! And she also has laser written on her bandage there on the side. It's pretty cute, actually. Oh, one thing I forgot. Archie is not supposed to cast a fireball here anymore. I accidentally used the indignation. Oops. No! He's completely invulnerable while he's in this form, by the way. Okay. And the passage opened. Alright, that was the worst part done of this dungeon. Let's heal up everyone real quick. And don't forget to let Archie actually cast the correct spell. Whoops, I used up all the orange gummies, that's a bad thing. Oh well, it's fine. I can still handle this. Here I need to make sure to equip the pole arm again on Cress, otherwise I'm going to deal very little damage on the upcoming boss. Also, he can actually now equip the ability item that allows him to deal even more damage, 10% more damage in fact. And outside of that, I think I should be fine. Let me think about this real quick. Alright. So, Archie's only going to be casting Isaac Needle. So, here is Flambelk. Like Fenrir, she wants to test us in combat before she is going to give us the Flamberge sword. And I use Isaac Needle, right there from Archie, because this allows me, her to interrupt Flambelk even more. As you can see, Flambelk actually has a pretty devastating and powerful attack on top of that. And Mint decided to not heal, so that's quite unfortunate. But Archie can just kind of interrupt her rather frequently, so that makes it rather easy to deal with Flambelk right there. Unfortunately, Mint is dead again. No. I need Mint alive to get out of this dungeon. That's just kind of how it works, I guess. So, like in Fenrir, as soon as we acquire the sword, Cress realizes new abilities, and, well, he's able to use them. Technically, I don't use them. And yeah, I need to revive her. There's no way around this. And before I forget about it, the sword, Vorpal sword now got into the other item slot. I'm going to equip it on Crest real quick here. That is mostly I equipped that item just because one. Give me a second. Because I need the item slot free for the orange gummies. As you can see, it costs a ton of TP in order for us to get healed up fully. We should be able to get outside here without getting killed. Alright. And we are out of the most stressful dungeon, thankfully. So with this, we have all the 3 pieces of the artifact that we want to reassemble. And where do we reassemble this? Well, at a place of origin, of course. So we go back to the Elven territory, and it's still the same thing. Half-elves are not allowed into the area. Okay, this time I did it correctly. So Archie has to wait outside here. Sorry, Archie. So we go into the Elven village. Since we still have the Royal Crest of Alvanista, we are allowed to do so. And here I'm going to make a small detour. This item shop right here doesn't actually, well, weapon shop does not actually have any useful weapons for us. They only have elven weapons, despite the stuff on display at the back. And they say, hey, could you please repair this bow? And Kresk just kind of shows her the elven bow that he still has from the very beginning of the game, where Chester actually left the party. And well, she just kind of says, sure, for a fee of about 15,000 gold, I will repair that bow for you. And we agree to do that. So, by the way, Chester is now in our party because Archie had to leave, since we kind of still have him there. But for the bow to be repaired, we need to sleep. Here, this lady here actually gives us a broom, because, surprise, Archie's mother is actually still alive 150 years after she tried to take the punishment that was sentenced upon Archie. So it's pretty awesome that she's still alive, I think. And she also gives us an item that to that pink-haired girl in our party. Sneakily. So, we spent the night here, everyone is replenished with full HP. And we get a new bow for Chester. Now we have the elven bow for Chester, and let me show you that it is slightly stronger than what we had before. Very slightly. Oh, right. He's not here anymore. So yeah, we go to the place of origin to try and reassemble the stuff, and now Chester's level 5. His attack gets a minor boost from 38 to 1608. It's pretty strong. I unequip this thing from Crest because he doesn't really need it, and Chester gets a boost, and he also equips the speed boots. I equip the halberd again against the upcoming boss. I equip everything I can on those two. Oh, of course. I actually want to transform one of the items with a rune bottle. It doesn't really matter when I do that, as long as I don't have to manually enter an extra time. Where are the rune bottles? Hello? There they are. That took me a while. Japanese menus are difficult. So I transform this ring here. I could actually, I just realized something. I need to note that for myself. I could give this ring to Mint earlier, so her healing cost would be halved, so she could keep everyone alive. Oh well, that's something for the future. So that ring I just created was a ring for Clarf. And Clarf now spells cost half as much as they costed before. And that is because he's going to be my main spellcaster for the rest of the game. At least in theory. By the way, I love that music in this game. Just so tranquil and nice. Bush babies. Yep, that's what the kind of sound the bush babies do make. And once again using a ton of holy balls to get through the tree and forest. Until we arrive at the place of origin. Oh, there's one thing I forgot to do. Formation. Chester is in the far back, which is kind of inconvenient. But at the same time convenient. You'll see. So, Chester, despite being level 5, he will do about 1000 damage with his bow. So, he is strong. Well, more like his weapon is really strong. Also, as we arrive at the place of origin, of course Archie couldn't wait. But unlike the PlayStation version, we don't actually get the option to change party members. So Origin here just kind of decides to, hey, you want to have anything else reassembled, you need to fight me first in order for that to happen. So here I cast Volt. Volt I cast in order to interrupt Origin's spellcast right there. Because Origin can initially already cast some spells, and it would be pretty devastating if he got to get that spell through, let's put it that way. So I equip Chester with a flare bottle, and now he does 1800 damage, despite being level 5. I tried to... Nice, Mint. That Pico Hammer is amazing. I tried to put him into the corner for the Gale Shield to do work. Wow. Usually Origin isn't quite that nice to me, by the way. That was an amazing battle. And Chester gains a few levels here, by the way. Just a few. The speedrun.com is actually outdated, Baffan. So, Origin just reluctantly agrees to reassemble the Eternal Blade, and, well, you may have seen him the first time we actually went here. He briefly appeared when repairing the rings, which is another nice little detail. So, he creates the Eternal Blade out of the 3 artifacts. And also, Clarf gets the honor of forming a pact with the highest summoning element, Origin. My PB is something like 4 hours 27 minutes. I think speedrun.com is still 4 hours 39 minutes because I was too lazy to highlight the latest runs. So, and now Cress also gains a new ability. Because we can now control time to an extent, Cress can teleport, of course. Which is going to be extremely handy. To an extent. Further, once again, Clarf gains the ability to summon Origin. And he is actually going to be quite an asset. Origin does a lot of damage, is a really quick spell to cast, and the animation is really short. Archie would get an equally powerful spell in theory, but it takes so long to cast, it's just not worth casting. As the animation plays out so slowly. So, we go back to Runeglom after we manage to reassemble the Eternal Sword. All that is left is to find Daos in order to be able to face him and defeat him once and for all. So, our best bet is to go to a village called Ari in the far north, where there is eternal darkness, basically the North Pole. And Runeglom just kind of tells us, actually, hang on a second. I want to get a few rune bottles. I don't usually need that, but that is just for safety. Hang on. Use up the current rune bottles I have. So I don't usually get those items, but just in case I need them. I transform mixed gummies into miracle gummies, which replenish both TP and HP by 60%. So they are really powerful. And this is the last place I can buy rune bottles, even though it's a little bit of a detour, so it's fine. As we arrive in the village of Ari, the party just kind of says, "Ooh, that's really cold here. Let's get some shelter in the inn first before we decide what to do next." Since we kind of heard that there are Daos troops somewhere around here, and this soldier has encountered some demons, and during his encounter with the demons he managed to slay some of them, and also got a weird item called a Darius emblem. That Darius emblem is going to be quite useful. Not here. And this is also going to be where I'm going to fill up my supplies for the last time. Fill up on miracle gummies. And holy bottles, just for good measure. Oh, that's not a holy bottle. Those are holy bottles. Since the last dungeon is really long, actually. So, we go back into the inn, as they said, and rest for a while. As they try to go to their rooms, Mint kind of asks us here whether, well, could you please come outside after a while? I would like to talk to you. Cress doesn't exactly understand what, and, well, initially just gets comfortable in the room. Archie asks, where is Mint? And, well, he says she wanted to take a walk. In the meantime, Mint is just waiting outside for Cress to appear, I guess. Also, something is blinking there. I don't know whether you can tell, but that looks like an earring to me. So, after a while, Cress decides to eventually go outside, and Archie just immediately jumps up. "Hey, I would like to join you if you go for a walk," and Cress immediately goes, no, I would like to be alone, and goes. So, Archie's a bit confused by that. Going for a walk in that cold? is basically what Chester says. So here, Clark has another idea of his own. He wanted to really... well... he's a little bit homesick, let's put it that way. And he asks Origin whether he could grant him a small request. In conjunction with the Eternal Blade, that should be a small order, right? And also Clark, kind of embarrassed, as in he gets a bit red here, asks Archie and Chester to leave for just a while, because that is going to be a little bit of a private affair. No, not what you think. So, here, Origin just grants him that wish, and, well, he gets to look into the past, more specifically about 150 years into the past, where his wife is still waiting for his return. He wants to check on her whether she is alright and well, so Origin grants him that wish. She is still teaching children about history and all that stuff, and, well, I guess she just gets by. And has a little monologue here where she just kind of hopes that wherever you are, Clark, I hope you're doing well. And that's all there is to this cutscene. In the meantime, Chester is just wandering around aimlessly and sees Archie near the door. Archie eventually asks him, "Hey, do you want to go for a walk outside?" And he says, "What? Do you want to go outside in that freezing cold? Are you insane?" And eventually just, well, Archie is being Archie and drags him outside instead of waiting for him to agree. So, Cress eventually arrives where Mint is, and Mint asks him to, well, sit beside him for a while. I guess there is technically supposed to be a bench or something. Eventually, Cress asks what is the matter, and Mint shows Cress an earring. It is a unicorn earring that she has been treasuring. It is her mother's. It is the one that Cress actually got from her mother somehow in order to protect her. And it also managed to bust open the wall right there, so it's a very powerful artifact. So kind of Mint knows since a really long time that her mother is actually dead. And here she just kind of thanks Cress for not revealing that to her immediately. Because, well, she would not have been able to carry on if he immediately told her that her mother was dead, in the prison anyways. And that is how the last rest is completed. In the morning we encounter a guard who calls out to us, "Mr. Cress, Mr. Cress, we found some suspicious activity in the cave to the west, and so we are going to investigate that." And also Mint gains an unicorn earring, which is actually quite powerful, but we don't really need it. I'm not going to equip it. And this is the last time we hear this amazing song. So, Dao's fortress is hidden in, let's say, time distortion, but because we have the Eternal Blade and also control over time, we managed to reveal it, and on top of that, teleport on top of it. So this is how we managed to enter the final area. I just love this song.
The final dungeon. I hope the chat enjoyed the run so far, but of course it's not over yet. There is still the final dungeon to do.
Indeed. If I make a mistake here, it's especially devastating since the enemies are extremely powerful, to say the least. Let me check my abilities real quick.
Especially the ninjas.
Yeah, that is true, especially the ninjas. This should be fine. So here we get to face a mini-boss. And let me tell you... Oh shoot. I already forgot something. Let me tell you, those are the true boss. Because those eyes are ridiculously powerful. As they are able to teleport to any place they want on the screen. If they teleport into the middle of my party will get obliterated. There is no way around that. And even Cress with 8000 HP could die in a matter of 2 seconds if it just decides to dizzy me and there is nothing in between that I can do. The optimal case scenario is exactly this one, where he just does literally nothing. And I can repeatedly Fury Slash him until he is defeated. So that was one of 2 eye encounters. Also, before I forget it, we actually got a really new powerful weapon, the Eternal Sword. I did not equip it. Whoops. Wait, actually, I don't need to equip it now anymore. Whatever, it's fine. So, over here I grab a new shield that will help me in the next few encounters. Hit the switch that will open us a passageway on the right. Go to the left here real quick to get a chest here on the left that contains a holy bottle. Holy bottles are going to be pretty tight throughout the entire dungeon, so I will be walking a lot and also picking up a few holy bottles along the way. Next up, I'm actually going to pick up a safety spell here, as in... Normally I don't actually need that. This is the Meteor spell for Archie. It does a lot of damage. It's equivalent to Clark's Origin spell. It just takes longer and is slower, so I don't want to use it, but if I have to, I will. That is the short version. Then I also need to tell Archie to not cast spells on her... Oh, never mind. That is later. Whatever. I wanted to do something else. I forgot. It's fine. So, I equipped Cress with the Darius emblem. This thing here transports everyone who does not currently wield or wear a Darius emblem into the prison. Short version. But because we have the Darius emblem, that is not going to happen to Cress. So he is now on a solo mission to defeat a few enemies. Alright, I remember now. So I used the laser sword against those guys here, because the ninjas guarding the treasure are quite powerful. I try to immediately use a teleport ability. If I'm lucky, I can defeat the ninja with 2 teleport spells, if I get a critical hit on top of it. No critical hit, but he did not do anything else, so that was pretty good. Those ninjas deal a lot of damage if they are allowed to deal any damage, as in... It's pretty crazy. They can obliterate Cress in a matter of seconds if you are not careful. Also, one thing I need to do here is I want to equip the ability Magma Rift, which is a quicker close-range ability, which will help me tremendously survive the onslaught of the ninjas. So in those chests we find multiple Darius emblems. We need a total of 5 Darius emblems in order to get our entire party across the symbol and progress further into the dungeon. Oh, and there is the problem. This is why I wanted to equip the Magma Rift ability that you can see here, since it has 2 portions to it and has a pretty quick attack animation, which allows me to rather easily defeat ninjas in melee combat as long as they don't stun lock me. Also here, nice little trick. Once again, the developers forgot that you can actually interact with chests from 2 tiles away. So I just literally open that chest from 2 tiles away and I don't have to fight that ninja over there. It's just literally not necessary. Last ninja encounter. So far they have been really nice to me. I used a flare bottle in order to increase my damage by 40%. That's the menu at the beginning of the battle. Alright, that was not too bad. I take it. They can also poison you, which is kind of annoying, but not terrible. So, now we go and gather our party members again. I unequipped the Darius emblem earlier to be stronger against the ninjas, and here I use another holy bottle and get a holy bottle overflow, as in step counter overflow, in order to not get any more encounters in the prison here, which is quite convenient. So, and now I need to equip everyone with the Darius emblems that I picked up. We have 5 total now. I need to exchange the party member here, and I'm going to exchange Mint for now, and then quickly switch her back actually. I think that's clever. Equip Archie. No, actually Archie is going to be fine. I will keep her in the party for now. Equip Archie with the last Darius emblem, and now we move on. This screen here does not have any encounters, by the way, so I can just reset the step counter, and, well, the holy bottle effect will run out right here. But I still get the benefit from it, so it's fine. I equipped everyone with the Darius emblems, now we can step over the emblem and we move on. Alright, this was basically the first half of the dungeon in a sense, now to the second part. Oh my god. I forgot to use a holy bottle. Ah, that's bad. Okay, they are not too bad. That was a really questionable move of mine. I forgot to use a holy bottle. I'm supposed to use one as soon as I enter that area. And unfortunately the crest actually does not deal any damage. In contrary, he heals them with the current weapon equipped, which is another thing I need to do. Equip the correct equipment. I should not have hit her there. Fortunately, Maxwell is actually faster, so it kind of interrupts her spell cast. Oh my god, that's bad. I did not consider that. I thought Gale Shield was neutral element, but apparently that's not the case. Ah, one mistake after another. Let's revive him. But this is just the final stretch, so we should be alright, in theory. Alright. So, let's revive him real quick. Oh dear. Alright. Equip him with the Eternal Sword again. Equip him with a defensive option. Equip her with the Runaway rule in case we get into an encounter accidentally again. Equip you with the item that halves the magic cost. Equip you with the item that increases your damage output. And then we are also actually going to revive you real quick. Exchange Archie back to Mint. Equip Mint with an item that gives her a lot more sustainability. Heal up everyone. Equip a new ability that I actually need for the incoming encounter. Well, if it's this one, give me a second. Double checking. Yes, it is this one. And with this, I should have the correct loadout for the next encounter boss. For this door, you actually need 5 people, otherwise you could not progress any further into the dungeon. That is kind of the game's way to tell you, hey, you need to find a way to save all your people and not just leave them rotting in a prison. This is a holy bottle, which I will make good use of. just going to save here real quick, because that's going to be quite convenient. Alright. Going to the right here real quick.
Yeah, don't worry, you're doing fine so far.
So, and here is what I call the true final boss, 2 eyes. You know how I said that 1 eye can easily completely obliterate you? 2 eyes are even worse at that. So I will just repeatedly cast Origin right here, which allows me to deal a hefty amount of damage to them, and more importantly, the one in the back, I want to interrupt any spellcast he may do. Also yes, that scrambled stuff in the top right is kind of quote-unquote normal. I'm not sure why that is. So with a bit of clever position, I should be able to hit both of the eyes with a Fury Slash here, without getting too close that would put me into danger. Alright. I just only hit one, but that's fine. Oh, that's what he can do. Now I need to reassemble the party real quick. Okay. He was pretty questionably intelligent about what he did, and after teleporting, that's what he can do. Oh, do not kill me here, please. That would be annoying. So I'm going to use that miracle stuff I created earlier. Please don't kill me. I cannot walk away, by the way, right now. So he just healed himself for a bunch as well. So this is what they can do. If they do this at the beginning of the battle, I'm just completely dead. Fortunately, they didn't. So I'm fine. That room, by the way, with the eyes did not have any encounters in it. So I can just reset my step counter to 255, just walking out of the room, not doing nothing else. So, I'm going to revive everyone here, Mint heals everyone here, and everyone is happy again, probably. And we get into the third portion of the dungeon. This place right here. I'm actually going to take something that I don't usually do and save right here, since the thing is, it's very easy to make a mistake on those steps over here. If I go into the wrong room. So this should allow me to get all the way back to the middle room on the right. So you have to activate those switches backwards, as in a backwards order. Right there. Right there. 3 more switches and the door should open. This is a miniature puzzle, and mostly just so you explore the side rooms as well. Alright, we're fine here. Interacting with the sign from the side, by the way, allows me to overflow my step counter again. How convenient. It doesn't look like it, because, well, it just kind of works, I guess. Here you just walk through the wall, that is the actual intended route. And we get another hourglass right here. Somewhere. There was the hourglass, alright. Just picked up everything because why not? So, by the way, those were the... I call them the two final bosses, because as you may remember, I set up something rather special during the second Daos encounter. Daos usually heals the physical damage you deal to him. However, on the second form, he does not heal at all, and he just kind of keeps track of how much physical damage you dealt to him. I can actually run this. The tricky thing for him, however, is if that variable is still completely full, he will, as soon as he can, heal up for as much as I dealt physical damage, which happens to be, in the second Daos encounter, I completely defeated him with only physical damage for about 16,000 damage. So if you are a little bit capable of reading, let's say, numbers... This room has no encounters, by the way. How to put it? In the last encounter, Daos will have 56,000 HP. The highest possible number is something like 65,000 HP for Daos. But because he heals for about 16,000, the end result is going to be that he should have about only 6,000 HP left. Which means one origin spell cast should do the trick. Here also, once again, in the last encounter, Mint just kind of asks Daos, why did you do this? Why did you attack the people? You don't seem to be all against magic. Also, you're not interested in taking over the world at all. Why did you do this? And he is just kind of tired of you and decides to, let me get rid of you once and for all. If you defeat me, maybe I will tell you. So, as you can hear, he just healed for a bunch. And he does not heal right now. That could be bad. Okay, only Mint gets hit. So it's still fine. Origin should kill him here. There we go. And this is a bit of an anticlimactic final Daos fight. However, it's not over yet. Because of that, let's say, overflow glitch that I just did, it's a little bit trivialized. He's not terribly difficult, but just takes a lot longer with regular strategies. So, we enter the final boss fight and his final form. The PlayStation version actually has one more form after this one, but this is the final form for the Super Nintendo version. And it has a neat little trick to it, if you could imagine that. I'm just going to stand here until he decides to turn blue. What did she just do? Mint does not usually do that, let's put it that way. There we go. So now, as soon as I can use an item again... He already pushed me to the direction where I want to go. So, I picked up an hourglass earlier. Mint, you're going to kill everyone here. Mint, why did you do that? So Mint just literally killed the party. But, here's the thing. As in, she casted a spell instead of walking. That's the issue, by the way. So, this guy has no AI programmed as to what he should do when I am behind him. So, I just can stand behind him, using an hourglass to get easily behind him, walking through him, and use Gale Shield in order to completely obliterate him. It is actually kind of dangerous if I were to resurrect any of the characters, so I'm not going to do that. Even though I would like to. So, this is going to be it. The final battle against Dolls is soon going to be over. And there we go. Dolls has been defeated.
Congratulations!
Thank you.
Good job, Yagamoth.
Oh, yeah, thank you. That was a bit slower than I would hoped it would be, but it's still alright. Pretty okay for a marathon run. So, to complete the story real quick, by the way. So it turns out Dolls is actually from a different planet, and he came to Earth in order to harvest some mana. He wanted to harvest enough mana in order to create a mana seed and send it back to his home planet. But because the magic technology of Midgard and the other research centers used up way too much mana and the mana tree was about to die, he tried to negotiate at first to ask them to stop using their magic technology. Of course, Midgard, being a little bit on the, let's say, power-hungry side, did not agree to that, and Stahl saw no other way other than to try and kill everyone. And the only reason as to why the mana tree is still alive 150 years from the past, from when Mint healed it, is because he actually completely obliterated Midgard city. If he didn't do that, the mana tree would have decayed and rotten at this point. So it was actually kind of noble intentions on Dahl's end to what he wanted to do. It's just his means were basically really questionable. I mean, he did not hesitate to kill a ton of people in order to acquire what he wanted to. To be fair, it was originally Midgard that were kind of too power hungry to listen to Dahl's. But either way, so ends the story of Tales of Phantasia.
Well, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
I guess you can easily let the credits roll, considering you still have about 20 minutes from your estimate.
Alright.
Plus there is 10 minutes of setup, so you still technically have more than 25 minutes.
Alright.
So I guess you can easily let the credits roll. And otherwise, you can tell us how was the run for you? How did you feel about it?
Overall, it was surprisingly relaxed, to be honest. I mean, the tricky portions like Demetal gave me a little bit of trouble, but other than that, nothing was too bad. I didn't forget what I usually forget, is to equip major important items, so that was pretty fine as well. So overall, the run was pretty neat. I'm not going to complain about that. Pretty decent marathon run. So also for people that don't know, the Super Nintendo version, I don't know whether this works in the PlayStation, Super Nintendo version of this game actually has a little trick to it in the credits. If you hold L and R, you will get an extra credits roll and extra music. I'm going to do that right now. This will lengthen the music for a little while. By the way, here Mint real quick is going to cast her most powerful barrier spell onto the mana tree to protect it from, well, from people using too much mana. That is the baseline idea. So yeah, there's an extra credits roll that is kind of hidden and I only recently learned about. It's pretty neat, because you can finally see who were the people involved in creating this game. Blade of... well, the Eternal Blade now transports us home as well. And of course, kind of like you might imagine, Clarf still has his wife waiting at home for her. For him. And Archie, well, she should return to her father. He is human, he's not going to live for that long. Even if Archie is going to live the 100 years until she's able to meet Mint, Cress and Chester again, that's not the same for Archie's father. Or Clarf for that matter. So this is the goodbye. I love how they queued up the music to this one, by the way. So much attention to detail, and the music just fits perfectly.
Okay, I'm going to let you 5 minutes alone, but I guess you can speak more about the story and talk about the credits.
Sure, I can do that. Although I will just let the music speak for it for now. It also turns out that after all, Chester and Archie got, let's say, kind of close, even though they were kind of opposed to each other at the beginning. But yeah, Clarf is supposed to hide the Eternal Sword in a safe place, so I don't think he's going to time travel anytime soon. And well, for him that's the final goodbye. And it's a bittersweet coming home. And it turns out, as powerful as Archie is now, I don't think anyone could stop her from meeting her mother again. Which is pretty cute as well. Chester and Cress finally get to hunt boars again, and Mint also gets to finally lay her mother to rest in the forest. In the PlayStation version, by the way, there is an additional cutscene between where Cress actually lays Mint's mother to rest before they travel into the future. And he promises her mother's grave, so to speak, that eventually he will tell Mint once all is over, and Mint is just waiting around the corner and overhearing everything. And here, well, Martel, the Dryad, is granting Daos one final wish. She gathers a lot of mana and sacrifices herself and creates a mana seed out of her own body and Daos' body to send back to Daos' home planet. So I guess he did kind of succeed after all. Also a little version difference, in the PlayStation version, Martel does not sacrifice herself. It's actually kind of a curious little difference. And here is where you need to hold L and R in order to trigger the extra credits. These extra credits here, you don't normally get if you don't hold L and R. This is the voice actors for this game. They actually had actual voice actors, as you might imagine, since, let's put it this way, the technological achievement for putting so much sound and music and actual voiced song into this game on a Super Nintendo card is ridiculous. So well, I feel like the people that managed to achieve that deserve a little credit. Further, if you're interested, the original team that created Tales of Phantasia then went on to create a different team, I believe, that worked on Star Ocean titles. I think it's called Star Ocean. Also, this music is really sweet as well. I've only ever heard it once before. Why is this part in English? I can only guess. The thing is, let me explain something interesting about item names in this game. Even though they are all written in Japanese letters, they actually spell out English names, like holy bottle is a horibodoru, or apple gummy is apurugami, which is quite interesting, because essentially they took the English names and used them in Japanese. They had a lot of English in this game already, which is really curious to me. But to my knowledge, having English in a game basically is a prestigious thing in Japan, because you can afford to have English things in your games. I don't exactly know to what extent that goes, but it is not uncommon for them to have English things in their games. And I think Recube actually has it correctly. This is the first symbol is the symbol for Ho, and then there is a dash, then is Horu Bodoru. It's actually Horu Bodoru. It's a bit odd. But that's what they did with item names, which is also kind of why I managed to memorize the item names rather quickly for the most part. It's still kind of difficult to navigate Japanese menus, as I don't actually talk or read Japanese for the most part. You just need to know kanji, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's the kanji alphabet letters that you need to know to be able to speedrun this game. Also a little interesting tidbit. When I switched from the English fan translation to the actual console version, as in the English version, I was still very unsure about all the Japanese names, and, well, let's put it this way, the run was clearly slower, but I magically gained about 20 minutes just because the text apparently was that much quicker. Also here, a little cutscene at the end, where Mint and Crest just kind of ask Chester, "Hey Chester, would you like to come with us?" "Where to?" "Well, we would like to visit an old friend, Archie. I'm sure she is missing us after 100 years of being so lonely." And that is the end of Tales of Phantasia. Was that a PB? No. My PB is about 12 minutes quicker than that. Roughly.
Yeah, that's because, as you said earlier, your time on speedrun.com is not actually your PB, that's why.
Indeed. And we reach the ending. So, do you